Welcome to Spain's third largest city. This is Valencia, where the Mediterranean meets motorsport. But forget the paella for a moment, because we're heading just a few kilometers outside of the city to the Cartódromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero. This circuit will play host to what is set to be an enthralling weekend of racing as the Spanish circuit preps itself for the champions of the future shifters here in Spain. It is technical in the twisties, it is rapid down the straights, and it is unforgiving to those who dare to brake late into turn one. But this weekend we'll see some of the finest gearbox racers from around the world take to the circuits. The track itself, the International Lucas Guerrero circuit, year of opening 2014, the event record set by Matthias Bergel in time qualifying yesterday with a 54.380. It was a very, very quick lap for him in the KZ class. But no one was able to beat that one. The track itself, though, 1,428 meters. It's 210 meters down the start-finish straight. It is then another 135 meters down the back straight in towards turns 15 and 16. It's around 9 meters wide, and it is flat out there. There is no elevation change whatsoever. 0.5 of a meter, which means that it's all about the slipstream and the toe down the start-finish straights. The track itself, though, comprises of a multitude of corners, 19 in total, 11 to the right, 8 to the left, and that does include the one hairpin out there. That would be down in towards turn at number 11. Each one of these corners is their own challenge, but many of them provide ample overtaking opportunities. We see them in towards turn 1, turns 3, 6 and 7, 11, 12 and 13, and of course into that final chicane, 17, 18 and 19. The later on the brakes you are for that one, the more risk you have, but the more chance of a qualifying heat win. Top speed drivers will be reaching it down in towards turn number 1. It's around about 141 kilometers an hour into the braking zone there. They also would hit a rough top speed into the final corner of around 135 kilometers an hour as well. Average speed around 94 as well. It is a fast, demanding circuit, but when you get into that infield section in between turn 5, 6, 7 and 8, it tightens up, it slows the karts down, the gear changes are massive as well. Myself, Anthony Jordan, I will be your commentator over the course of this weekend. I am not joined by anyone, so hopefully we get through all these races in one piece. Like we're saying, plenty of racing coming up. KZ Qualifying Heat 1 is about to take to the circuit. 11 laps, 17-kilometer race distance, but don't think that that's a long race, because they get round this lap in a very quick time indeed. Like you say, sub 1 minute. These races will be over faster than you think. There are some of the hard-working marshals out on the circuit who, I think for the first time in a while, are enjoying some sunshine, because over the course of this one, you can see there on the ground, there is damp patches everywhere. It rained a lot last night, and when I say a lot, that's an understatement. It was a deluge last night, and that certainly washed all the hard work away than what they did in qualifying and the free practice sessions to get the rubber down on the circuit. That all got washed away. So this morning, it was a wet track, and it was a green circuit as well for the drivers in morning warm-up. But they certainly sorted themselves out as this man in time qualifying, Matthias Bergel of France, put it on pole position in the KZ class. Here's what he had to say after a perfect lap in TQ. Well, at the end of the first qualifying session for KZ category, Matthias Bergel of France for the CPP team puts it on pole position. Congratulations, Matthias. How was the track feeling for you out there? Because the whole field was separated by only half a second. Very close.
Thank you. I found the perfect gap on track behind my teammates. And with the team we did a mega job. But it's good, but now we have to continue on this way for the rest of the weekend.
It's going to be a busy weekend. You've got a full field of 23 international drivers in the KZ category. Some big names out there, yourself included. Are you ready for the challenge this weekend here?
Yeah, of course I'm ready. There is quite a lot of level compared to KZ2, but we managed to do the best that we can.
Excellent. Well, congratulations on the time, and we will see you out there in those qualifying heats. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, an excellent start to his 2025 campaign for Matteo Sposcia, especially after last year FIA Euro KZ2 champion. So certainly one to keep a very close eye on. Engines have fired up. Drivers making their way out onto the circuit. A packed field, 23 of the world's best KZ racers here, not including FIA world champions, European champions out there in KZ. You've got German champions, you've got champions from who have raced over in the USA and have got titles here. So there's certainly a great field out there, and let's take you through that field. It is Matteo Sposcia and Jean Nomblot on the front row of the grid. Adrian Meledo go from row number 2. We'll have Danilo Albanese for company alongside Giuseppe Palomba and Lorenzo Travasanuto round out row number 3 and the top 6. Emilian Denner and Victor Gustafsson go from row number 4. They'll have Jorge Pescador and Senna van Walstein on row number 5. Pedro Hiltbrand and David Trefeloff, they round out the top 12 on row number 6. Daniel Vasile and Paolo Ippolito go from row number 7. They will have Enzo La Cruz and Matteo Vegano on row number 8. Lorenzo Camplese and Stan Pex round out row number 9. They'll have Christian Batuca and Francisco Salenta on row number 10. Tom Luye, Martin Krayers and Matthias Stornjani round out the 23 kart field, all the way back on row number 11 and 12. Cast your mind back to last year, a qualifying heat result would determine the grid for the next race in KZ. That has now changed. It is all done from time qualifying. So if you put it P1, that's it. You're P1 for the qualifying heat. So the work is all down to you. You do have that stress from the word go. For now, these drivers, though, will just need to think what they need to do from the back of the grid. So for Torrigiani, he needs to have good results in all of these races. However, the overtaking is just slightly difficult here. These karts are fast, they are wide, they are demanding on a driver as they change gears roughly around 26 times a lap here. It is a frantic circuit for them to go racing at. There's a look at your current conditions here today. 17 degrees. It's not the hottest conditions we've seen in Spain, but it is dry, and that's the main thing that these drivers are wanting. I did chat to one or two of them yesterday. They were hoping for some wet racing, but the clouds have dissipated for the time being. But the weather is still an unknown point over the course of this weekend because, like you say, last night was a very interesting day. Tyres have slightly changed for the 2025 season as well. Still the Dunlop brand out there, but a slightly harder compound for the drivers in the 2025 season compared to 2024. So a little bit of work they've got to do in making sure the temps are up to where they need to be, how the tyres are feeling, everything like that. So a lot of new dynamics over the course of the winter season, and you can see the drivers right now trying to get some temperature into those tyres. Grandstands filling there as some of the KZ2 drivers are lining themselves up, getting ready for their races that'll be coming up later on today. And we've got a smattering of well-known drivers out there. You've got Estonian champions who'll be racing as, oh dear, one of the Kart Republics has just dived into the pit lane, and it is the 19 that is gone into the pit lane. Now that is Danilo Albanese, who was supposed to be starting this one on the second row of the grid. The Italian has not taken to the grid, so that's going to be one we need to keep an eye on then. So Adrian Meledo will be all on his own for Spain on row number 2. However, that will still give the likes of Lorenzo Travasanuto a little bit of clean air right in front to go on the attack almost immediately on the likes of the Spaniard, who over the course of this weekend have been testing the start test, everything like this, to get that formation and to get that kart off the line as best as they possibly can. You can see that spot is empty where Danilo Albanese was supposed to be, as pulling into spot there is Paolo Ippolito as well, another one of the Kart Republics who did not have the greatest of qualifying, starting this one in P14. But you still have to watch out for the Italian because he is mighty, mighty quick. The red flag is up at the front. It is Noelia Franco there, the clerk of the course, holding the red flag. We wait for the flag to wave at the back of the grid before the lights procedure will start. 2025 KZ Racing is moments away from starting as we see the lights are on the gantry. Wait until they go out and we'll be underway. It's KZ, it's 2025, it's go, and it's a great start for the two CPB Sodis right at the front of the grid, but it is Matej Spergel who holds on to the lead of this one. Down in towards turn number 1, the field of 22 karts gets away strongly as they head down in towards turn number 3, the pinch points. This is where it could all go wrong for a driver. Karts diving over the apex there at turns 2 and 3, but amazingly, the entire field get through. I can see that I think all karts have got going now in this race. I can see that Danilo Albanese has started the race, albeit he's right at the back of the field. Eyes on the front here, though. Still a large train of drivers just pushing their way through, but it's still, as you can see, Matej Spergel who leads the way down the back straight. Up the gears they go. They'll be reaching around 133 kilometers an hour into towards turn 15 and 16. Heavy on the brakes now, down the gears, punching it through as you exit the final chicane, back on the start-finish straight. It is Spergel leading from non-block, then it's Malerian Palomba who's gained 1 position in this race. Travazanuto also had a good start. Senema Walshin had a brilliant start, 4 places gained for the driver of the Netherlands, second in the championship last year, only by 1 point, and unfortunately Danilo Albanese, he tried to get that kart going after he pulled off the grid, but clearly it's just not working, and he is once again out of this race. On to lap 2 of this race. You can see there, Spergel is trying to break away right now, but Nomblon's under the most pressure here. Jean Nomblon is there, and he is having to defend from Adrian Moreno, who is trying to find his way through. The Spaniard certainly delivered in his younger racing career in cadets and minis, and now starting to deliver in the KZ category here at the Spanish circuit just outside Valencia. Out of the final chicane once more, still no change between these top 4. They stay line astern. Right, field behind as well. Now starting to sort themselves out. Van Walstein, like we were saying, is still in a good position. He has got Travazanuto for company just in front of him, so we'll keep an eye on that one. But right now, Giuseppe Palomba looking like he wants to go for the move. This is the battle for second place right now. 3 drivers involved in that one, Nomblon, Moreno and Palomba. Still line astern here as Spergel is starting to really break away at the front here now. The gap is around half a second. Now again, he doesn't need to worry too much about the results in this one. He knows he's going to be starting on pole position for all of these qualifying heats with that regulation change over the winter. So he really now just needs to make sure he can continue this strong performance. Van Walstein has got the move done on Travazanuto. You can see he's got through now. So Travazanuto down to P6 where he originally started. And now Van Walstein becomes the biggest mover out on track. David Travelov is also having a good race. 3 places gained. He's now broken inside the top 10 in P9. He's got Pedro Hilbrand for company right on his tail. They're rounding out the top 10 right now. Spergel continuing to break away. You can see the gap there between Van Walstein and Travazanuto. That is opening up as well. So Van Walstein actually might be closing in on this second place battle very soon. And again, speaking to him over the course of this one, he was saying that, you know, the pace has been good. We're feeling confident, but let's just see what happens in these races, because again, it's all about gaining those positions as much as possibly can for those superheats later on in the weekend. Of course, a very relatively short day for the KZs. Just 3 qualifying heats they have over the course of this one, and then they'll be going into their superheat tomorrow, and that all-important final that will be out there, and all 23 of these drivers will be making it. However, for the likes of Daniel Albanese, his first qualifying heat is not going to be going his way, as there's drama in the background there. Karts off at turn number 3. You could just see it. That's heavy damage there to Enzo La Cruz. And Enzo La Cruz out of the race, and there's a Tony kart there as well. That is, I believe, Tom Luye as well, the Frenchman, out of the race in the number 15. He will go no further in this one, and that is a big shame for those two who are now out of this one, and hopefully they can get those karts repaired ready for their next race later on today, because, like I say, it's such a tight schedule on this one that these drivers don't have a lot of turnaround time here to get those karts back on the straight and narrow, but can confirm both drivers are okay. Great work from the marshalling team. They have cleared the circuit very, very quickly there, and racing continues. Spurgel continuing to put the pace down here. That gap now open to 0.6 of a second with the fastest lap. 54.784 is just continuing to go purple laps here. The Frenchman looking very, very strong. Last year's KZ2 FIA European champion, certainly delivering in 2025. However, Nomblom has broken away now from Meledo, who is still there in third place. My question is, where's Palomba? Where is Van Walstein? Well, there you can see Giuseppe Palomba just behind, who is checking over the shoulder and can see the driver of the Netherlands closing in on him. But we will wait and see what happens. Recap then on that last lap. No real overtakes to report, and the 3 retirements from the race. Christian Batuka still having a good run. He's currently into 14th place with a gain of 5 places. You were seeing there investigation flags are out, not only for the likes of Tom Louet for potentially causing a collision, but also to the driver of the number 20, Emilian Denner, is under investigation. Now, he is currently sitting in around 8th place right now, is the Frenchman, and he will have to be careful here because that might be a trip to the stewards at the end of this. Lovely shot of them heading into that final chicane. You can see the speeds that they carry. They're topping around 141 kilometers an hour in towards turn 1. This is a demanding circuit for the drivers, and now you're starting to see how Van Walstein has closed in on Palomba. These two locked in battle right now, and for Giuseppe Palomba, this is going to be an important position for him because he is still having a gain of 1 spot. Is the driver from Italy. The driver of the number 23 certainly has a prestigious career. 2024 FIA World, of course. He stood on the top, but now he's going to lose out on that position because Van Walstein has found his way through, and Palomba, with a change of team as well, has found himself behind Van Walstein and has pushed his way now through that final chicane. So Van Walstein, the biggest mover in this one, certainly the one to keep an eye on for later on this weekend, potentially, if he can maintain this momentum. The fire in his belly from last year, only 1 point separated him away from a European title in KZ. But now he wants to make sure he ends a season in 2025 on top. So you can imagine that is going to edge him on along in this race. Lap 9 at the moment of the 11-lap race. And still, we watch this battle here. Spurgel breaking away. 0.7 of a second clear from Jean Nimblon. Adrian Melero is still there in third place. Van Walstein, who we've just seen get that move done, has moved up into P4, the biggest mover out there with 6 places gained. Palomba now in P5, Travazanuto in 6th. Jorge Pescador has had a good race, 2 places gained. The Club Calicar driver is up into 7th place. Emilian Denner is in P8. David Trevelov, Victor Gustafsson round out the top 10. Gustafsson has not had the best run in this one. He had a strong start, but those positions he gained, he's now dropped back just behind. Field is very close still, though, in that midfield section. Pedro Hiltbrand is battling nicely with Daniel Vasile and Paolo Ippolito. Christian Batuka there for company as well, who's on a great charge in this race, who is up 5 places. But for the time being, Matteo Spurgel at the front here, just needs to stay focused now around this Lucas Guerrero circuit. Down the back straight once more, topping out 135 kilometers an hour into the braking zone of this final chicane. Flat out around that corner and heavy braking into that final chicane. We go on to the last lap of this race now, and all the meanwhile, Matteo Spurgel delivered in time qualifying. It was very close still in time qualifying, not much separated the 2 Frenchmen of the CPB Sport team on those Sony chassis. very close in time qualifying indeed, but it's just showcasing the race pace is there. More for Special than Nomblon, who stays 1-2 right now. The front row having a brilliant start to their race weekend. And if they can maintain this composure with barely any racing to their names right now, it's those tyres should be in good form, pending how hard they push them in those early stages. Out of the final corner then, it's France 1-2 in KZ Qualifying Heat 1, but Tess Berger takes the win from Jean Nimblon. Adrian Marrero finishes in third place. Senna van Waldstein, a great drive there. 6 places gained, finishes in P4 ahead of Giuseppe Palomba. Lorenzo Travasanuto in P6 for Pescador. Emilian Denner and Derek Trefilov. Victor Gustafsson rounds out the top 10. Well, for the likes of Danilo Albanese, Enzo La Cruz and Tom Loulier, they don't need to really worry about what happens in their next races. Yes, they may have something to fix, but they know that they will not be starting they'll be starting back in their original places from qualifying. So for Danilo Albanese, that means he's back on the second row of the grid for later on. He will not be starting at the back of the grid. For Tom Loulier and Enzo La Cruz, still from their qualifying, they go back to their original starting spots as well, of P21 and P15. There is a look at the full results at the end of that one. 2 drivers under investigation in the form of Tom Loulier and the likes of the number 20 of Emilian Denner. But the rest of the results there on your screen. 11th place is Petra Hilbrand. Daniel Vasile finishing in 12th place ahead of Paolo Polito. Christian Batuca from Matthias Vagano in P15 ahead of Stan Pex. Lorenzo Camplese, Mine Kremers, Francisco Salenta and Matthias Torngiani, who rounds out the 20 finishers in that race, and can confirm a post-race 5-second time penalty has just been awarded to Emilian Denner. So the driver who finished in P8 tumbles now down to P14. Well, the field heads back. Of course, it's not over just yet. Nose cones have to be checked. Drivers need to be weighed as well as the carts. It's still a lengthy procedure for these drivers to make sure those results are 100%. Here's a look at the highlights from that race. You can see the start. Initially, a very strong start there for Emilian Denner. But there was that start too strong because he did receive a 5-second time penalty. Was it a jump start for him? And that is the one that you will need to be watching out for in the KZ and KZ2 categories. The first lap, though, pretty calm for the field. It was a great start for Van Waldstein. He managed to gain 4 places on that opening lap, and you could just see how he was able to fight through. Drama for Daniel Albanese, the Italian, not having a good start to his day, and neither for Tom Loulier and Enzo La Cruz, both of them out of the race in the early stages of that one. Fight still happened all the way throughout. Senna van Waldstein was the man on the move through that field. 6 places gained at the end of it as the drivers all battled for position. This is how he closed in on Giuseppe Palomba. This is how he got his nose down the inside, just able to get the power down, going through the gears and able to just squeeze ahead of the Italian, and pushes his way up into P4 to the end of the race. Spurgel takes the win ahead of Jean Nimblon, and Adrian Marrero for Spain rounds out the top 3 ahead of their second qualifying heat later on today. Well, that is KZ over for the time being. We will turn our attention to the KZ2 category now, qualifying Heat A versus B. The fastest from time qualifying will be taking to the circuit. 11 laps, 15.5 kilometer race distance. The same race distance for the drivers in the KZ category. And there they are lined up on the grid. Kasper Schulmans and Max Orlov on the front row of the grid. And once again, it is a CPB Sport front row lockout on those 30 cars. They seem to have nailed the setup this weekend for time qualifying. But will that momentum maintain in these qualifying heats? It certainly did for the KZ category. Will it for KZ2? Kasper Schulmans, though, brilliant run for him in time qualifying. It was a very strong lap for him. Purple sectors all the way throughout. He was delighted with the result, and here's what he had to say after that time qualifying. Well, the first group for KZ2 qualifying here in Valencia for the Champions of the Future shifters. Kasper Schürmann's pole position, and by quite some way, 0.2 of a second. That was a perfect lap, purple sectors all round. Tell us, how are you feeling after that performance?
Yeah, I'm absolutely buzzing, mate. It's so nice to finally have the pole that we've been deserving for quite a while now. Pace has been good throughout the weekend so far, so yeah, P1 in nearly every session, and also by quite some margin in most of them. So yeah, kart felt great, engine was good, everything was just all working at the same time. Just the only thing was I felt the rain coming down while driving. So at one point I thought, oh, I can't improve anymore because of the rain. But then then I saw my lap time, or I saw my sector times, and it was like 5 green dots, which means you're half a second quicker. And then I thought I did a 0 in the first one, can maybe be a 5, and then I got a 38 on the timing. So yeah, it's pretty great.
Solid session for you. Best of luck with those qualifying heats, and we'll see you out there.
Yeah, cheers.
Brilliant stuff from Kasper Schürmann, and as you could tell from that post-qualifying interview, very chuffed that he managed to put it at P1. So we look forward to seeing what he can do in this one. He's part of the CPP SWAT team. We've got a smattering of drivers entered into the KZ2 class, and he is obviously one of those drivers you need to certainly keep an eye on. Only his second year in KZ2 racing, but has come away with some really strong results. He's had 2 podiums so far last year, a P3 and a P2. Has yet to come away with a final win, though, in the KZ2 class on the international karting scene. Could this weekend be his first? There is a look at the timetable over the course of the day. You can see A and B is the one that's going to be heading out next, due to start at 10 past, which is around 1 minute ago, so there's a little bit of time to find there. But you can see we've got qualifying in C versus D. Then we're back out for KZs, another 2 KZ2s, and then we end the day with KZ Qualifying Heat 3, and then the last 2 KZ2 races. They will be taking to the track at around, 3:15, the last race. It is tomorrow as well, another quite open day for the drivers. 3 superheats for the drivers. KZ with the first superheater of the day. That'll be starting at around 20 to 10 local time here in Spain. 2 for the KZ2 Superheat 1 and 2 starting at 10 and 10:20. And then, of course, the all-important finals, 22 laps for them, a complete double of the qualifying heats they will do today. Double race distance for them, 22 laps. It is a long, old race for the drivers to do over the course of this weekend. Well, there you can see drivers waiting for those lights to go out. You can see the second row of the grid there, Corentin Rousseau and Eli Goldstein out on the field as well, getting ready for what is set to be a very busy weekend of racing. There is our race director, Martin Bean, on the gantry. He is primed and ready ahead of this one, and he's smiling because the sun is shining, and he's not in that massive coat. Engines have now fired up. Drivers making their way out onto the circuit. These are slightly busier grids for the KZ2s, more entries into the class, but still a field of 27 drivers, 54 entries into this weekend, but that will get whittled down to just the 36 that will take part in the final. All of the drivers will make it to the superheats, however. Field makes its way out. Let's quickly take you through that full starting lineup then as the 27-strong field gets going. It's Kasper Schürmann and Max Orlov on row at number 1. Corentin Rousseau and Eli Goldstein on row 2. Artur Poulain and Matteo Zanchi go from row number 3. Anatoly Kavalkin and Noah Wolf start this one on row number 4. They'll have Dominic Simic and Paavo Tonteri on row number 5. Jay Irwin of New Zealand and Tigran Banatian go from row number 6. Alejandro Leoth and Jensen Graham round out row number 7. They'll have Tom Dussel and Eric Holm on row number 8. Gavin Luye and Boris Zaraski round out row number 9. They will have Mathis Prouge and Hugo Besson on row number 10, rounding out the top 20. Ivan Kondratenko and Emmanuel Mai, go from row number 11. They'll have Alessia Pacini and Ruben Vilk on row number 12. Samuele Leopardi and Eric Vess go from row 13, with Eduardo Mormarelli rounding out the 27-strong field that has all started their karts and have made their way out onto the circuit. Well, I'm sure this one is going to be an absolute thriller for the drivers, but all we can do is remember the time that this field was very, very strong, with so many international names who have moved up, of course, into the KZ class, and for many more who have stayed within the KZ2s. But for these drivers, it's all to play for on this one. They just need to make sure they beat it to the line, beat each other as well to that checkered flag. But let's just see what happens in this one as the field sort themselves out. Temperatures going in to the tyres. But they have to remember, you're not alone out there. There are many drivers they need to worry about. As you can see, a field making their way through. There is Noah Wolf from the United Kingdom, the yellow helmets. Winner of the Motorsport UK British Open Plate at Shenington in the KZ2 class. His third appearance in the KZ2 category. Came away with a proper title there at the Shenington circuit. So looking forward to seeing what he can do in this one. Jensen Graham also for the United Kingdom is out there. The 217. This is his first year in the KZ2 category, and a former British champion in cadet racing as well. So keep a close eye on him over the course of this weekend. Looking forward to seeing what is going to be happening. Eduardo Morelli at the back of the grid here, not the greatest qualifying for him, but still he's had some good results in his short season of KZ2 racing. It is only his second season, so a lot of work still to be happening in this one. Ellie Goldstein out there as well, another big name in the world of karting. Only his 9th appearance in KZ2 racing for the Belgian. He did finish P7 in a superheat earlier last year in KZ2. That was his best result that I can see for him. But let's see if that can change this year. The former 2022 IAMA Euro Series champion as well in the senior category. So not a slow driver at all to his name. Other drivers as well who you need to look out for in this one, all the way from New Zealand. Jay Irwin is going to be a driver who you need to look out for. What I can say about him is he's definitely a New Zealand karting legend. 2024, the Auckland City of Sales in KZ2, winner of that one in 2025 and 2024, New Zealand Grand Prix winner and National Sprint winner as well. So certainly a very talented driver in the world of gearbox racing in his home country of New Zealand. But here in Europe, in Spain, this is where the bigger picture comes into play. So many internationally known drivers here on this field. And it all falls down to this one as the drivers get themselves into their grid slots. Matteo Zanchi there just trying to get that kart right in the prime possible position as the field wait for those lights to go out. It is KZ2 racing. It's qualifying heat A versus B. Lights are out and we are racing down in towards turn number 1. It is still a good start for the two sodas, but watch out down the inside. Colin Rousseau trying to go for P3 but cannot get that kart down the inside, and actually he falls backwards in the order. Zanchi gets the better start and gets up into third place. You can see him there on the IPK machine, the Praga kart pushing his way up, and he's holding on to third place nicely now. They head down through the likes of turn 7 as they wind it up the gears now. Through the likes of turn 8, 9 and 10. They wind it through the gears down into the heavy braking zone in towards turn number 11, the first and only hairpin out there for the drivers to negotiate, and they've done that beautifully here now as the field makes its way out of the rest of them. And it was still a good start then for the rest of the field, but for some drivers they have gone backwards as now Max Orlov is under investigation for a potential start infringement there. So let's see what has happened. Now I'm having more dramas out there. Eduardo Morelli not clocking up on my timing screen here, so hopefully the Italian is out on track. And also as well, Jensen Graham becomes the latest driver to go under investigation. So two drivers under the microscope of the officials, and the rest of the field now will just need to concentrate on the racing further on. Here is a look at that start. Oh yes, there is movement there from the 259 of Max Orlov on the front row of that grid. And yes, you can see it definitely moves at the start. It's not a great deal of movement, and yes, you can still imagine he's had moments. There is someone who's had moments. Hugo Besson is out of the race. He gets the one attempt to restart, and they're going very slowly, as Alessio Pacini as well on the 241. They have tumbled down the order, and I can see as well on my screen that Noah Wolf has also tumbled down the order. The Van Amersfoort racing driver for Birrell has gone backwards. He's dropped 16 places in this race, and will have to dig deep now and try and focus on. There is Ellie Goldstein, currently in P5, 9th KZ racing weekend in the KZ2 category. And I'm looking forward to seeing what the Belgian can do, but he is under pressure from the likes of Anatoly Kavalkin, who is on that rear bumper. Artur Pulen is just behind. Jay Owen and Tigran Bonatti, Paavo Tonteri still rounds out the top 10 as pulling into the pit lane. Comes the likes of Alessio Pacini. He is out of the race, and that possibly could be a nose cone for him as well, because it was a hefty amount of damage to that front end of his kart. Still a solid breakaway then. Schurmans and Max Orlov, 1 and 2, but remember, Orlov under investigation for the start. We saw the replay, definitely movement on that front row, so he might find himself going backwards in this order unless he can break away. But it is Matej Zanki who is right there on that IPK factory kart, pushing forward in this race, and looking at his pace, it is fractionally slower than the two ahead. They are lapping in the 54.9s right now. Zanki lapping 55.1s. So the gap not really going to be closing in for the top three right now, but for Schurmans and Max Orlov, they are breaking away nicely. And Schurman still has that fastest lap of the race, setting it on that previous lap, still 54.911 for the driver of the Netherlands, as he continues to break himself away. Corentin Rousseau and Ellie Goldstein, the battle there for P4 is starting to heat up. You can see Goldstein on that TB kart racing machine. The battle for P4 is on. And you can see now as they try to all close in, a little late on the brakes there for Zanki. Looked like he ran a little wide there at turn number 1. Remember, it is a risky corner for the drivers. They go into that turn at 141 kilometers an hour, dropping it down the gears. It's a tricky braking zone as well, because it's got a slight kink in towards turn 1, so it's kind of braking and turning roughly at the same time. So a lot of these drivers do need to make sure they get that braking zone absolutely spot on at T1, as Hugo Besson now becomes the latest driver to go under investigation for potentially causing a collision. And of course you see Besson's kart out of the race, and Alessio Pacini's back into Parc Ferme. Eyes on this field as they go through. Let's have a look at some of the bigger movers further down in the field. Eric Vess for the kart shop Amfing Racing team is up 9 places right now and is in P17. There you can see the broken karts and the driver of the 215, Hugo Besson, out of the race for the Charles team. And I think is that another driver who is off the track with him? And I think, is that just the one driver there? No, I think there may be 2 drivers out there. So not sure if that is Eduardo Mormorelli also out of the race. And I can see actually one more kart is stricken off the side of the circuit, so I'll have to work that one out. And it's the 225, it's Matis Prus who is out of the race. Another one of the Prague drivers for the IPK factory team, the driver from Czechia, is out of this race, and that's going to be a little bit disconcerting for Matej Zanki, who's there in 3rd place. He will see his fellow teammates' kart broken at the side of the circuit, and might be thinking, what has happened there? There is the stricken 225, and the Czechia driver's kart going no further in this one, and clearly looks to be mechanical in nature. Schurmans leads the way still. Orlov still there, 2nd place, half a second between the two of them. 2-second gap they've got between themselves and the 3rd place battle here on your screen. Zanki, Rousseau, Goldstein, Kavalkin, Pulen, Bonatti, Tonteri, and Jay Owen now rounding out the top 10. Dominic Simek still there in P11, Tom Dussel, Jensen Graham, Alejandro Leoth still in a good position right now, only dropping 1 place in P14. Eric Holm up 1 place and is into P15. Wolf is on the recovery drive back now. He's into 19th place and is trying to push his way back through the field now. Not sure what happened with him. Was he involved potentially in the Besson and Pacini incident, because it was around about the same time they had dramas, or it might have been a separate incident out there. Eyes on this fight, though. Upper lane closing in on that Energy Core chassis. The blue and white and red colours for the Italian team, looking very strong this weekend. But trying to close in on Anatoly Kavalkin is a tricky thing to do at the best of times. Kavalkin, a very competitive driver for the Mondea karting team. The driver of the 246 has delivered good results his second year in the KZ Racing. P9 at the FIA World Cup back in 2024 in that final, so is not afraid of these gearbox classes. And you can see he's pushing his way beautifully. Beautiful shot there, the exit of the final chicane. And you see the drivers using that rumble strip there. They do need to be careful with that rumble strip, especially over last night. They are quite deep divots. A lot of water can be held in that. And running over that can kick up that water a little bit, but I think it's all been cleared from morning warm-up as well. So these drivers not too much to worry about. Rousseau, though, I think may have to think about going for a move here. He has closed in on Matteo Zanchi. You can see the gap now down to 0.3 of a second as we are on lap 9 of this race. There is not much time left in it, and if he could potentially come away with a third place, he'd be delighted with that one after he started this race P3. He only lost out on the 1 position here as Zanchi had the lightning start there with the 3 places gained with the run on the outside line there. Actually started behind Goldstein. So Goldstein is on the down trajectory in this race as well, but only by 1 place. So he's looking to capitalise on this one as well, but Rousseau just sussing out the back of Zanchi's machine here. Where are those weak spots? Where are his strong spots here as they cycle it through the gears on this lap? Again, roughly around 26 gear changes per lap for these drivers, constantly changing up and down through them. Maximum, I think they go up and down is around 4 gears down the back straight. They'll be winding it through it now as they cycle through the gears now, reaching the top speeds of the karts. Carries so much speed around that final sector of the lap. Heavy on the brakes, big use of the curbs there as well for Zanchi. Might put himself under a bit of pressure here if Rousseau can carry the pace through turn number 1. Final lap board is out for the drivers. Schurmans and Orlov are clear at the front, but remember Orlov is under investigation for that jump start. Big hit of the curb once more for Matteo Zanchi. He is pushing that Praga kart to its ragged edge right now. Again, they have to look after these karts. They've got a lot of qualifying heats to get through over the course of the day. But right now still pushing as hard as he possibly can. There is Casper Schurmans. We've not said much about him. The driver of the Netherlands, fastest lap of the race as well, as continuing that trend from time qualifying. He's looking to claim his first 50 intermediate classification points of the weekend to see where he will be at the end of the day for those superheats. Over the line he goes. It is the driver of the Netherlands claiming that first qualifying heat win of the weekend. Casper Schurmans takes it ahead of Max Orlov, Matteo Zanchi, Corentin Rousseau, Eli Goldstein, Anatoly Kavalkin, Artur Pulain, Tigran Bonatian with 4 places gained in that race. Really strong start to his race weekend. Rapara Tonteri and Jay Owen, who rounds out the top 10. Field now will ease it all down, bring it back to Parc Ferme as they'll get checked over, and I can imagine there will be some changes to those results as 3 drivers under investigation. We see, of course, Max Orlov, one of those drivers, as well as the 217 of Jensen Graham under investigation, and the likes of the 215 of Hugo Besson. There's a look at your full results. Dominic Simek finishing in P11 ahead of Tom Dussel. Alejandro Leoth finishing ahead as well in P13. Jensen Graham finishing P14. Eric Holm in 15th place from Emmanuel Mai for the Mach 1 Motorsport team. 6 places gained for the German. That is a very strong performance ahead of Noah Wolf and Samuele Leopardi. Gamet Luye from Boris Saraski. Ruben Vilk from Ivan Kondratenko finishing in 22nd place. Eric Vess rounding out the 23 finishers. Can confirm Max Orlov did get a 5-second post-race penalty. That puts him down to 8th place then in the results. And these are the look. That is the reason for the 5-second post-race. It doesn't seem like the punishment fits the crime. Just a slight reaction there, but it is movement on the start-finish line. It does mean a false start, and unfortunately for him, he drops down several positions at the end of that race after finishing P2. Rest of the racing, though, going on. Really strong starts right at the beginning of that race. Tigran Bonatian with the 5 places gained, as well as Emmanuel Mai of Germany, 6 places gained, pushing their way through the field. Kavalkan as well also had a good start. There was the moment we lost Hugo Besson and Alessio Pacini. Contact between the two of them put Besson under investigation, and Pacini retiring from the race. And you can see the heavy, heavy damage there to that front nose cone. That will be a possible nose cone penalty as well, because that's a significant amount of damage. Matis Prushkarts as well, the Czechian driver, going out of the race. The 225 not going any further. Kasper Schulmans, though, solid start to his weekend. Lights the flag as he gets 50 intermediate classification points to his name. You can see how close it was, though, for 3rd place. Corentin Rousseau pushing his way through, but not getting the jump on Matteo Zanchi. But those two now finishing 2nd and 3rd. Goldstein finishing 4th with that penalty heading to Max Orlov, which is a big shame for him. Racing not over just yet. We still have plenty more racing. KZ2 Qualifying Heat C versus D will be the next one that is heading out onto the track. Once again, 11-lap race distance, and we already saw a great start for Schulmans at the front. Will we see a similar story for Max Schleimer, who has gone fastest in his group, 3rd overall, fastest out there for the German driver, who will have the likes of the Estonian Markus Kayak starting alongside him. Markus Kayak, a well-known driver in the KZ2 category, 2021 Estonian champion, in 2024 German champion in KZ2 as well, but he will have Schleimer for company alongside the driver who certainly did deliver a very strong performance in this one. Max Schleimer as well, who's a very talented driver. 2024 German Kart Championship in KZ2 as well, and 2 P2s as well in the A-D-A-C Kart Masters as well in OKJ, and the X30 senior category as well, or X30 junior category I should say, but still a very strong performer is the driver from Germany. There is Markus Kayak on your screen for the Formula K team. On the IPK chassis, they're still working very hard over this weekend. They've got the likes of Marek Skrivan on the 2nd row of the grid as well, also on an IPK machine. Kimi Tani as well, one to keep an eye on. The driver from Finland has delivered a very strong performance in timed qualifying. He'll be one to really keep an eye on over the course of this one. 14th in the Finnish Championship in 2024 for Kimi Tani, and only his 2nd year of KZ2 racing. There, though, on your screen is Marek Skrivan on the 226. Brilliant stuff for him, 2022 and 2024. 2 times P2 in Lonato in the KZ2 category, so he is a fan of the Italian circuits, but he's been racing the likes of these machines for quite some time as Mr. Skrivan, racing since 2022, so a couple of years under his belt now as the sun appears out of behind the clouds. It's still looking like a relatively decent day, but there are some dark clouds looming around the area, but the weather report still holding like it's going to be a good day. You can see there the recovery vehicle now heading back to where it needs to be, as he was picking up those 2 broken karts from the previous race. There is Kimi Tani on your screen, the driver from Finland. We were talking about him a little earlier on, the driver of the 213 for the LA Motorsport team. Like you say, only his 2nd year in KZ2 racing, so a lot still to learn, but still some very strong results for him over the course of his racing career in the gearbox categories. We are moments away from getting this one started. There as well, just behind Kresim Skulinov on that Kart Republic for the Door Motorsport team, the German team. Certainly one to keep an eye on. Started racing KZ2s at tail end of 2024. His best result he got at Cremona in Italy, a P14 for him in the KZ2 categories. He's looking to see if he can beat that. And so far, with his qualifying performance, he's certainly having a good run in 2025. Engines fire up then. Drivers make their way out onto the circuit. Let's quickly fire you through this full starting lineup then, as a multitude of drivers here who are looking for glory in the KZ2 class. We just saw Kasper Schaumanns take the win in the first. Could it be a fellow teammate of CPB Sport taking a P1 in this one as well, with Max Schleimer starting it on the front row of the grid, with Marcus Kayak starting alongside. Marek Skriban and Kimi Tani go from row 2. They'll have Gresim Skulinov and Juha Valtonen on row number 3. Row 4 sees Alvar Simatrara and Jean Luye. They will have Jens Savico and Matti Rittanen on row number 5. Kian Farin and Jen Dine go from row number 6. They will have Menia Kroja and Timo Jungling for the United Kingdom on row number 7. Row number 8 sees Samuel Luye and Cedric Mulk. They'll be going from row number 8. Row 9 will see Dion van Verven and Simon Reckenmacher of Germany on row number 9. Kerprasius of Lithuania and Mario Panazzo on row number 10 of Spain. Nicola Rossini and Georgi Vakovsky round out row number 11. They'll have Dan Delakian and Jan Rothran on row number 12. The final row of the grid sees Marco Torman and Guilherme Rocha of Mozambique in his first appearance here at the Valencia circuit. Did qualify at the back of the field, but still a driver who could potentially be one to watch, represented Mozambique in Formula 4 in previous years of the FIA World Motorsport Games, and certainly one to keep a very close eye on. Field makes its way round the field now. Lots of tension building between these drivers. They've just witnessed a very shaky start there for the first KZ2 race with jump starts going through. It's so easily done in this. Reaction times you need to learn. And of course, I always say it to any junior driver who is looking to step up in the ranks of karting in the world of motorsport. Always do not rule out a season or two in gearbox racing. You learn so much more ready for the world of Formula racing in this category. Gearing, of course, clutch control, you've got your race starts, reaction time to the lights, front brakes, locking up, everything like that. There is so much more to these KZ2 karts than there is to a direct drive kart, and you can learn so much with a season of KZ racing than you can with the straight jump from direct drive into Formula racing. I do tell a lot of drivers to push through. Max Schleimer there, though, getting himself ready. The CPB Sport team on those Sodi chassis. Very strong start to their weekend here in Valencia. Smattering of their drivers, putting it right up at the sharp end in time qualifying. And already some very strong results in those qualifying heats. Also, can Schleimer be another one of those drivers to deliver the good results there out on track? Other drivers as well who are out on the circuit for the CPB Sport team. Kian Farden in his first season in KZ2 racing as well. Well known in the world of OK and OKJ racing, and certainly a very strong performance here at the Valencia circuit back in 2023, where he came P6 in a final. So again, he knows this circuit quite well, does Kian Farden of Switzerland, but he starts this one in and around that mid-pack section. He's got his two fellow countrymen out there as well, three fellow countrymen out there in this race, a multitude of them, in fact 4 of them out there, so 4 Swiss drivers plus himself as well, so multitude of drivers from the Swiss nation being represented this weekend. Field makes its way once more down that back straight. A lot of things these drivers need to get ready for this one. Of course, temperature of the engine, they need to make sure that's all sorted. They've got a lot of data on that dash board on their steering wheel, telling them absolutely everything. When we heard from Marek Skrivan, you heard it from him. You say they've got the lights on there as well to tell them how good they're doing on the lap. As there, the clerk of the course, Noelia Franco, once again stopping the field. It's much braver than I am. I wouldn't like to stand right in front of a field of 26 angry KZ2 racers about to go racing here in Spain. I certainly wouldn't want to stand in front of that, but let's say braver than I am. But let's see, we get the green flag at the back. We are lined up, ready to go. There is Marcus Kayak on the front row of the grid. He just witnessed Max Orloff get a jump start from that very spot. He does not want to repeat that as lights go out. We are racing. There's one car that's stalled in the background. It has not been a good start for them at all, as he's not going to cross the line. But let's see what happens at the rest of the field going through, because it is it's the 240 that has not gone on the start. That is Maniak Krosner. He was supposed to start right in the middle of the pack there. He was lucky that the field did avoid them. Off the track, there goes the Tony Kart Racing driver, Nicola Rossini. He is out of this race as well at turn number 3, P2 in Europe in 2023 in the shifter classes in previous racing. He's certainly a quick driver, but it's not been the start he would have wanted as he tumbles to the back of the grid. Maniak Krosner, though, he's got going, and actually with the clear track in front of him, he's gone purple in Sector 1, so he knows the pace is there. It just didn't get going at the start of it. Crucially, though, at the front here, it is Marcus Kayak who leads the way. The Estonian champion from years gone by leads the way here in Valencia as he exits out of the final corner. It will be Kayak who crosses the line ahead of Max Schleimer. Scriven there in 3rd place, ahead of Jörg Valtonen, who's gained 2 places. Kimi Tani, who's dropped 1, is rounding out the top 5. Jean-Louis Ie with 2 places gained is there in P6, ahead of Krasim Skulinov. It is Yanis Savico and Jaden Thine, who's rounding out the top 9. Timo Youngling has had a brilliant start here as the young Briton. 4 places gained, is now inside the top 11. There you can see your intermediate classification, of course. Very early doors in this one, as pulling in to the track is the Pantano Racing Team driver of Marco Torman. Unfortunately, he is out of this race, formerly back in 2011, the Bridgestone Cup Euro Final winner in 2011, not out in this race anymore. Lap number 2, and eyes on this lead battle. Kayak in control of it, but the faster of the 2 from qualifying, Max Schleimer, will be wanting to close back in and go for that lead change. He's right on his rear bumper now on that Sony machine, but not able to find the gap through turn 3 this time around. It is a wide circuit here, but these karts are so large. They are large machines. They are fast machines as well. They are tough to get around a lap. There is Kurpasius out of the race as well. The Lithuanian going no further. Had a strong start to his season, P17 at Lonato earlier this year, but change for the lead once again. Kayak and Schleimer going wheel to wheel here. And it is Max Schleimer who has taken the lead back of this first qualifying heat for these 2 groups, but he's going to have to relinquish it once more as Kayak sends it down the inside. At that final chicane, these 2 are absolutely nail-bitingly close, and Marek Scriban is right there on that IPK factory machine, on that Praga. He is wanting to get involved in this fight right now, but he is struggling to find the gap for the time being. Schleimer holds on to the lead then for the time being. Kayak, though, is certainly fighting strong for the lead of this fight. But now he's seen these overtakes happening as Schleimer. He is hugging that inside line. He is denying Kayak a chance to get that machine down the inside. Valtonen is there, closing in. You can see him on that Birla Racing machine, the driver from Finland. Very strong start to his race with those 2 places gained. Is on the move here. And as well, he's got the likes of, well, no, actually, no, I'm going to eat my words. It's Jörg Valtonen who is there, who is closing in. So Valtonen very strong on that barrel up for Finland. Yes, so we're still in a good position. Right behind him, though, is Jean-Louis on that other barrel art machine. 3 places gained, but Yanis Savico for company just behind also. So they will be closing in. There is the Door Motorsport machine of Krasim Skulinov. He has got the likes of Kimi Tani right on his rear bumper. Is it on his rear bumper anymore, or is it alongside him and in front of him now? It certainly is, as Tani now moves up into 7th place. Youngling is just behind as well. He is looking to try and close in on him. You can see him there on the other CPP Sports Sodi machine, trying to get involved in the fight. He will need to be careful, though. Because Simos Vara just there behind, and Malk, who's also on a good charge here Cedric Malk and Simon Reckenmacher 5 and 6 places gained in this race. Here was the first initial change of the lead. This was Max Schleimer going through. Instant retaliation from Marcus Kayak, but Schleimer getting the charge out of turn number 13 and through 14 into that final chicane. There was another lead change back down the inside. Really strong fight, but again, just running wide, leaving the door open and easier on the power. Here's another angle of that move down the inside into the final chicane. Brilliant stuff from Marcus Kayak there to actually make the apex, but you could just see on the exit, Schleimer would have the power, the better gear changes, and the better exit out of the corner. And he would put himself back into the lead of this race, and he is now controlling that lead. That gap 0.6 of a second. More action happening here. Simon Reckenmacher on the charge here. Now past Cedric Malk. He's moved up into 11th place. He's put him down into that one. So the driver's still pushing forward in this one. The Dawn Motorsport drivers are getting relatively close to each other now. Reckenmacher on the charge now, 7 places gained. Grayson Skulinov, or Jelasim Skulinov, I should say, 8th place is down 3 places in this race. So needing to get the charge back here, but the 2 Dawn Motorsport drivers still looking strong. Now you can see as well, you've got the Millennium Racing of Cedric Malk, who is rocking a Dawn Motorsport livery there. It's the white livery you can see pushing his way through. Now let's see just what happens here as Timo Jungling on that tail end of Jelasim Skulinov. Skulinov not allowing him to get past just yet, but he's found his nose down the inside of the exit of 13, and Jungling goes through. Beautiful move there from Timo Jungling, finding the pace there out of turn 13. Pushes his way up, does not defend straight away. Confident he has the pace, and now continues that charge. More action happening there as well. Matti Rettinen making the moves done now on Cedric Malk. He's put himself up into 13th place. So eyes on that one. Meniak Krosno has got past as well. Gillian Rocha, who is holding on to 23rd place right now. Still just those 3 retirements. Capricious, Nicola Rossini and Marco Torman not circulating anymore in this race. But so far, the field of KZ2 drivers in a calm and controlled race here with the officials, as well as back on the charge once more. Big Sen down the inside. Yaden Thine gets through past Simon Reckenmacher and puts him back to 12th place. And Thine is on the charge here, up into P11. Here is your race leader, though. Max Schleimer looking very, very strong here right now. That gap is 1 full second now between himself and Marcus Kayak, as the latest retirement is the ready-to-race driver from Mozambique. Unfortunately, Guillaume Rocha out of the race. He will go no further in his first qualifying heat here at the Valencia circuit. On to lap 9, though, of this race. And Schleimer there still in a really comfortable position. Had to certainly work for it. Didn't get the start he wanted at the beginning of the race. Got the jump, or Marcus Kayak got the jump on him off the line. But Kayak back down into 2nd place. You can see Scriven still holding on to 3rd there. Valtonen and Jean Louis are closing in. 2nd and 3rd place so far in this one for these 2. Like I say, Joel Valtonen, certainly a very strong competitive driver of the 242 machine. 6 times Finnish champion in previous categories for Valtonen, and back in 2020 at the Adria circuit, P3 in his first appearance in the KZ2 category. So not afraid of the gearbox class, and certainly showcasing a very strong performance so far is the driver from Finland. Still pushing his way through. Sun still shining, air temperature just creeping up a little bit now. We're at 18 degrees here at the Valencia track as we watch here. Still Schleimer leading the way. The gap now 1.3 seconds. Kayak and Scrivan are closing in, but there is Valtonen. Valtonen looking very, very strong on that Birolak machine of Finland. Is he able to close in just that little bit more as they exit out of the final corner? Last lap board is out for the field. And for Max Schleimer now, it's just a case of control that machine and bring that CPB Sports Sodium machine back to that start-finish line. A successful start to their day for the KZ2 categories and for the CPB Sport team. Some really strong results that have emanated from time qualifying through these qualifying heats as well. Brilliant stuff for them. Kayak still trying to hold on. He has closed in a little bit on this one. I don't know if that's Schleimer just backing off a little bit. Well, judging by that head down motion, he is still pushing as hard as he can. Out of the final corner they go then. Checker flag is next, and Max Schleimer sees it. He takes that first qualifying heat win then for groups C and D. He will join his teammates Kasper Schulmans with 50 intermediate classification points to their names. Kayak finishes in second place ahead of Marek Skrivan. Joel Vatanen finishing in P4 ahead of Jean-Louis Jere Savico. Great race there. Didn't say much about the Spaniard, but 3 places gained. Finishes in P6 ahead of Kimi Tani in 7th place. Timo Jungling as well. Great race there. 6 places gained. Finishes in P number 8. Gerasim Skulinov finishing in P9 ahead of Jaden Thine, who rounds out the top 10. There's the rest of your order. Alvar Simonsvara finishing in 11th place from Simon Rekamata. Marty Rittinen from Dion van Verden, Kian Farden from Sanguluye, Cedric Mulk and Georgi Vakovsky rounding out the top 18. Mario Pinazzo, Dan Delakian, Jan Rotherin, Menihat Krosner, and then the retirements. Guillaume Rocha out of the race, Kurt Precious out, Nicola Rossini and Marco Torman all out of the race there. We will see them out later on today, albeit I can imagine slightly, just a fraction discouraged, but I am sure their spirits will remain high as those groups will be out later on today. KZ category will be coming up next, but the field firstly, going through all of those post-race checks. There is Max Schleimer. Nose going to have to be checked as well. I think he should be good. Did have a little bit of a fight out there with Marcus Kayak, but I think clean racing between the two of them, making sure they are above that minimum weight as well. Here's a look at the start of that one. You can see initially the getaway for the likes of Marcus Kayak. Much better reactions there from Max Schleimer, getting into the lead in the early stages, holding on to it for a fair few laps until that battle did rage on. There you can see a close-up of the reactions from Marcus Kayak. Brilliant shot there. And you can just see the motions that they have to go through, holding a foot on the brakes. Of course, they'll have the clutch in, they'll smack it into gear and then floor it on the throttle. There you can see the start of that race through turn number 3, the pinch point. There you can see how it all went wrong for the likes of the 214. Retiring Nicola Rossini out of the race, and you saw later on as well Marco Torman also out of the race. I believe contact between the two of them put them out of it on those earlier days. Later on, Capricius was another one of the retirements, the Pasca Racing driver out of it, and he would also retire. There he was going through into Parc Ferme. The fight then between Schleimer and Kayak was the one to watch throughout that one. So many lead changes over the course of just 2 turns there. 3 changes. First Schleimer going through, Kayak back through, and then Schleimer back on the exit. Then later on that lap, down in towards the final chicane, Kayak back in the lead, but then once more on the exit, Schleimer better on the power, better on the gear changes, gets that cut down the inside and retakes the lead, and that was that final lead change all the way to the end of it, and he would push his way through pretty nicely to a controlling win at the end of that one. Pushed it all the way to the end. It was a very, very close fight between these two drivers, but still, for the rest of the grid, it was just a case of follow suit as much as they can. Juha Valtonen, really strong start to his qualifying heat days. 2 places gained, just finishes outside that top 4. The overtakes from Timo Jungling as well, really delivering in that race. The young Briton, 6 places gained and finishing in P8 but still on the charge. You saw other overtakes as well. Dion van Verven, Kian Farden pushing through the order. You had Jaroslav Skudinov, who started to fall back a little bit. You had Cedric Malk also, who fell back a little bit in that latter stage of the race. But over the line, Karma controlled is Max Schleimer for the CPB Sport team, and they can be delighted with that one. Their racing is done for the time being, but we will see those groups out again later on today. But plenty of action is more to come. We've still got the KZ. They'll be coming out in a few moments' time. In fact, actually, I think there's a bit of a break now between that and then, because that last race started at 11:20. Their race is actually due to start at 12:30, which is around about 40 minutes time or so. So there's a little bit of a break now, but it will be the KZs out again for their second qualifying heat. Then it'll be groups B and C, then A and D for the KZ2s. Later on will be qualifying heat 3 for the KZs again after another little break between the two of them. And then, of course, it goes into the likes of A and C, and then the groups of B and D, and that's where we'll be finding out who will be starting where for those superheats tomorrow. That will be another very busy day. But like you say, we are going to take a short break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back with the next round of qualifying heats very, very soon.
it makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they, cater for me is really well balanced, and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Minerva has supported us through this journey.
The communication is great, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other races. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say, Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them, because it's made my life so much easier.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you're only just joining us, you're watching live coverage here of the Champions of the Future Shifters, live here from the Valencia circuit. KZ Qualifying Heat 2 is coming up next. 11 laps, 15.5 kilometre race distance ahead of the field of 23, which did suffer some very interesting results earlier on. A good result, though, for the front two runners who'll be starting on the front row again for this one. Matthias Magel and Jean Humbert, the two Frenchmen, a win and second for them. 1-2 for the CPB Motorsport team, and there he is on your screens, the Frenchman who poled it in time qualifying and has got the pole position spots for all of the qualifying heats today, no matter his results. That regulation changeover from 2024 to 25, indicating that the grids are sorted out from the qualifying and not the finishing results from the previous races earlier on. And that benefits one driver who we'll get to in a few moments' time. But there is Jean Humbert, also of France, starting it on the front row of the grid. And again, solid drive for him. Wasn't able to get the jump on his teammate Smagel. He was able to break away at the front, but both of these just had a calm and controlled first qualifying heat. You can imagine they probably don't want a similar story to that later on. There is one of the cuts a little further down in the order. That's Emilian Denner's wagon. He needs a good result in this one. Dropped to 14th place after a 5-second post-race time penalty puts him backwards in the order. There is Danilo Albanese, the number 19. Now, he DNF'd earlier on. His wagon did not work, and he has deployed a fresh set of tyres on the right-hand side of his card out there as well. So despite the fact that he had dramas earlier on and barely used his tyres, he has deployed a fresh set on the right-hand side. And we'll have to see what he can do from this one, because, again, he's looking for a better result in this one. Scored absolutely nothing, really, earlier on. Person who was leading those points, of course, with the 50 is Matteo Esposito, who took the win earlier on. But this man here of Spain, Adrian Moredo, he's going to be one to keep a close eye on. Third in that race earlier on, a relatively, again, calm race for him. But he starts right behind Matthias Magel, and he's looking for a good start on that inside line going in towards turn number 1. But again, the pressure certainly is on the Spaniard there as he primes himself ready for this next qualifying heat. Now that he knows that he's got Daniel Albanese, who'll be starting alongside him this time around as well. There you can see a close-up of Emilian Denner's tyres. Now, they are a used set of the Dunlop tyres. Of course, they were the option tyres last year. Now, this year in 2025, the prime tyre that is being used. And there you can see they have been used and abused so far in that morning race. And they will have also done time qualifying it yesterday on those very tyres as well. There on your screen, Giuseppe Palomba, the Italian for the Maranello karting team. You can see he's primed and ready to go on this one. No gains or losses in his previous race, finishing in P5 after starting P5. So again, looking forward to seeing what he can do in this one. Can he capitalise in this? Can he move forward a little bit in that order? That's going to be the one you can see. There, Jean Humbert shaking up the legs there. That's an indication that the nerves are there. It is a tense time for these drivers. So much is going to be happening over the course of this next few laps as the sun has dipped out. The clouds are clearing quite nicely here at the Lucas Carrera circuit, and looking forward to seeing what is going to be happening in this one. It's all about the starts in KZ Racing. Can you nail it off the line? That is the ultimate test for them, the reaction time of the driver to get that ultimate start. We have already seen a couple of drivers so far today receive penalties post-race for false starts, so they do need to be careful. There is Martin Mean, race director. He's joined by Chris Lambert, one of the stewards here this weekend, who will be dishing out those penalties. So usually he's a happy guy, but he does like to give away those penalties. Here we go then. Here's a look at the lineup. Mathieu Spurger and Jean Nimblom on the front row of the grid. They'll have Adrian Merendo and Danilo Albanese on the second row of the grid, and Albanese with those fresh set of tyres on the right-hand side of his wagon will have Giuseppe Palomba and Lorenzo Travasanuto on row number 3. Emilian Denner, like we said earlier on, 5-second time penalty for his first race. He needs to capitalise on this one. He'll have Vitka Staffson starting alongside. Jorge Pescador and Servan Wallstein go from row number 5. Van Wallstein having a brilliant race earlier on, finishing in P4. Pedro Hilbrand and David Treffel round at row number 6. They'll have Daniel Vasile and Paolo Polito on road number 7. Enzo La Cruz was another driver who DNF'd earlier on. He'll have Matteo Vagano for company alongside. Lorenzo Camplese and Stan Pex on row number 9. Christian Batuca and Francesco Talenta go from row 10. They'll have Tom Luye and Martin Kremers on row number 11. Matthias Tornigiani will round out the 23 kart field as we get ourselves ready to go for racing here. All these drivers now just need to think, you know, the races earlier on, they've been and gone. Now it's focus on this one. This is their effectively halfway point of their qualifying heats. Their third qualifying heat later on today is going to be the one that will determine who's going to be starting where for that super heat. So this grid will change tomorrow, of course. But if Spurgel and Jean Nimblom can hold on to 1 and 2 in this, they should be absolutely fine to continue that front row lockout for the Sodi Kart and CBP Motorsport team to get right to the end of this weekend. Other drivers who are really looking to capitalise on this, like as we were saying, Enzo La Cruz was one of those DNFs earlier on from P15 on the grid, so he is looking again to capitalise in this one. Can he gain those positions? Tom Luye was joined in that very same incident between those two. And Tom Luye was under investigation for that incident, which did come away with still an under investigation, so no penalty was given after that one. So that document still to this time is actually pending, so there is still not a full classification for that first qualifying heat as it stands, but I can imagine that will update as the day progresses. Right, so these drivers now doing their final check to get everything sorted, into position and ready for this race. A reminder of those biggest movers from earlier on. Senna van Wallstein was one of them. Keep an eye on the driver for the Netherlands on that number 30 CPB Sports Sodi machine. 6 places gained to finish in P4 in those opening laps. David Trefilov was also a big mover earlier on, finishing P8, gaining 4 places, as well as Christian Batuca, also 6 places gained. The Italian finishing in 13th place earlier on, and again, still one to keep a very close eye on. There is another look at some of the hard-working marshals out there on the circuit, dedicated to the sport they are, and we could not go racing without the Orange Army, so we do thank them dearly for their hard efforts out there in the sunshine here at the Lucas Carrero circuit, ready to watch this field of 23 KZ drivers ready to do battle here for the second time today. For Spurger and Nomblom, the task is simple. Get those starts they had earlier on, do the same, get to the end with a 1-2. But the question still remains about which order they will be in at the end of that race. Noelia Franco-Clark, of course, stops the field at the front, ready to get this race underway. She will wait for the green flag to wave at the back, indicating all karts are in position and ready to go racing. We wait for that green light as there, Jean Nimblom's machine is primed and ready. P2 on the grid. We wait for that flag at the back. We are moments away from seeing that flag. We see it now as the lights procedure gets underway. We wait for the 4 red lights to go out, and KZ Qualifying Heat 2 will be underway. Down in towards turn number 1. Once again, it's a lightning start for the front row, but keep an eye on Daniel Albanese on those fresh tyres in 3rd place. This time around, He does start the race, and he holds on to third, but he gets swamped by the field behind because down the inside goes Giuseppe Palomba. He goes through, but now he's holding on to third place. You can see them dive through the third place spot there through turn 3, but they all hold on to their position pretty nicely. But Danilo Albanese, who did not really fully start a race earlier on, now finds himself just struggling a little bit at the start of his race, but I can imagine those tyres will kick in at some point of this race. There again, Stefan Wallstein, he's had a great start to his race, gaining those early places in the first half of this lap, but already you can see Spagel and Nomblon breaking away at the front. They've already opened up a tremendous gap from the drivers behind. So it's Spagel, Nomblon, Palomba from Adrian Melero, who is sitting there in P4, Emilian Denner and Danilo Albanese, Victor Kristoffersen, Jorge Pescador and Stefan Wallstein. It is David Trefilov who rounds out the top 10 right now. They have all gained positions in this one, but Danilo Albanese has now found himself back into P5 on the recovery drive back from the start of that one. And you can see him there right on the rear bumper of these two. I can imagine we will see something here because here comes the likes of Malario. He's going to look back down the inside. He's not made that one work out, and now that opened up the door to Albanese, who managed to send it back down the inside. So Albanese into P4 now has the chance of going for the attack on Giuseppe Palomba, but you can imagine that is all thanks to those brand new tyres that are on board on the right-hand side of his machine. Back over the start-finish line they go. Here comes Danilo Albanese down the inside, and again, no contest there. Those fresher tyres on board are certainly working out for him, and he delivers a stonking overtake there, back into third place and setting the fastest lap of the race in good progress as well, 55.443. Now can go on the charge to Nomro and Spurgel, who are further up the road, but the eyes will still focus on this battle because Adrian Barreto is not over with this fight between himself and Palomba, and he gets through now up into P4, and Giuseppe Palomba, with the brilliant start he had, he slots back down now into his original qualifying spots. But the question still remains, will he stay there? Because Emilian Denner, Gustafsson and Stefan Wallstein are right behind. You can see them trying to close in on this two fighting up ahead. But eyes will stay focused on it because the gap remains the same between this field. Eyes will focus on those front runners though, because right on cue, Danilo Albanese once again fastest lap of the race, 54.9, and he is pushing his way through nicely here. I will keep an eye on that gap. It's less than a second between him and the rest of the field, but eyes focus on this fight here because Gustafsson and the likes of Stefan Wallstein have both got past Emilian Denner. So the German driver who had the good start there is, the French driver, I should say, who's had a good start, now finds himself back down into P8 and down one position from his original starting spot. Checks over the shoulder, sees the likes of Jorge Pescador right there in 9th place. David Trefilov is still there also inside that top 10. Other big movers, Tom Loulier as well has had a good drive in this. 4 places gained. He's got himself up into 17th now, pushing his way through nicely. This, though, is what we wanted to see. Danilo Albanese right on the rear bumper now of Jean Imblon. Now, these two had a 1-2 earlier on. Is that going to get taken away here? You would suspect so. Those fresher tyres on board Albanese could be the changing factor here that shakes this order up. Check over the shoulder. And Jean Imblon can see it is a view full of Kart Republic in the form of Danilo Albanese. You can see that gap down to 0.2 of a second between the two of them. And it's just a case of not when, but where will this overtake happen as they go down in towards turn 3. Not close enough here. Thinks against it. Maybe watch him on the inside of the exit. He can get the overtake done here in towards turn number 7. It is tight through here. But again, thinks against it. Maybe could wait for that braking zone. Turn 11, winding up the gears now. Get into that toe, get that slipstream, pull out into that braking zone. Is he going to look for it? Yes, he will. Down the inside, Danilo Albanese fighting wheel to wheel now with Nomblom, who's going to try and get it back on the exit, but he cannot get the power down out of the corner and has to settle for third place. This is the first time these two drivers have been split apart, and Danilo Albanese, who we did not see race earlier on as he retired in the opening laps, now finds himself fighting, and can he close in now on Swagel? We'll keep an eye on that because the gap is just under 9/10 of a second, but Danilo Albanese on that last lap was slightly slower, but that can be understandable as he was battling with Jean Nomblom. So we will update on that gap in due course, but it does fractionally come down a little bit now. So we will keep a very close eye on that fight as it progresses. This is going to be an interesting fight to watch. Gustafsson and Senna van Wallstein. These two impeccably quick drivers. Van Wallstein, who's known for his sharp maneuvers and boisterous racing, he is one to keep a very close eye on in these racing because he is a strong contender. But so is Victor Gustafsson, former world and European champion in these very classes, and he is one that is not to be meddled with. So these two, well known in the sport, have raced each other on multiple occasions over the years, and right now going absolutely tooth and nail in this qualifying heat 2. But so far it has stayed civil between these two. They have stayed line astern, and Wallstein not finding the gap just yet, and Gustafsson crucially not giving him the gap at this point. Here's a look at your qualifying heats right now, and Spergel in the lead. Of course, would be leading that one, 100 points to his name. Depending on what happens later on today, he is looking online to continue that trend of starting on pole position for the superheat tomorrow. But there's still a lot of work to do with that last heat later on today. Back over the line they go. We're going to lap number 9 now. Still no change between these two. Just watching their racing line and their styles here, very, very similar. Two completely different chassis here. Of course, you've got the CRG there from Gustafsson. You've got the Sony card of the likes of Senna van Wallstein, and he leaves the door open, and van Wallstein goes through. But is he going to hold on to it? The two go wheel to wheel, and Gustafsson showcasing why he is a former world and European champion, not afraid to put that kart down the inside, but he just couldn't get the power down, and he avoids the curb, he avoids the contact with van Wallstein, and that's another one checked off the list. Action here, it's all going P-Tong for Matteo Bagano. He's also been making the moves. He's up into 15th place now as he's battling with the likes of Tom Luye, Enzo La Cruz in the background. There was that change between these two. Van Wallstein down the inside just finds the momentum, and this, you can see it on the exit. Watch how close Gustafsson gets here. Puts his nose down the inside in towards turn number 8, hits that curb, grounds out the underneath of the kart. He was very lucky not to slide into Van Wallstein there, but the two of them still in this race and pushing through nicely. Eyes on this one. Albanese is not closed in on Swagel. That gap has actually opened up. 1.2 seconds is the gap. However, Adrian Melero is there for Spain, and he has closed in on Jean Nomblom. So that battle is heating up pretty nicely. Giuseppe Palomba is still just fallen back from this one. He is still on his own. He's under really no strain at the moment. There was a very late dive into the pit lane, and that is Pedro Hiltbrand out of the race, and not sure if that was deliberate or he wanted to do that, because he dived into Parc Ferme there very, very quickly. But he is out of this race from my reckoning, and that is a big shame for the Spaniard on the Birolak Racing machine. Eyes on this one then. Final lap board is out, and still Swagel leads the way by 1.2 seconds. He can, well, he doesn't want to relax too much here because, like you say, yeah, Daniel Albanese right there behind, but he has not been able to close in on the Frenchman here, who delivered in time qualifying and will continue to deliver in these qualifying heats. One was down. That's now strike two for Mateusz Virgil across the line. 100 points to his name as he heads into that third qualifying heat later on today as your intermediate classification points leader. Danilo Albanese helps himself out, 8th in the points now with 59 points to his name with that P2. It does help him out massively, but after that drama he had with that DNF earlier on, lost out on a lot of points. So that last race for Danilo Albanese is going to be a very, very important one. Jean Nomblom and Adrian Mileto finishing in P3 and P4. Then it is the likes of Giuseppe Palomba and Senna van Wallstein in P5 and 6. Victor Gustafsson and Emilian Della round out the top 8 from Daniel Vasili and David Trefilov, who round out the top 10. Lorenzo Travazanuto in 11th place from Jorge Pescador. Paolo Ippolito with a good run there, 1 place gained, finishing in P13. Matteo Vagano finishing just behind in 14th with 2 places gained. Enzo Lacruz finishing in P15 ahead of Christian Badunkas, 3 place gained. Tom Luyer with 4 places gained finishes in 17th ahead of Francisco Salenta. Lorenzo Camplese and Stan Pex round out the top 20. Martin Kremers and Matthias Torrengiani round out the 22 finishes. The 1 retirement at the dying stages of that race. Pedro Hiltbrand, unfortunately, out of it. There is your points leader, though. Mateusz Virgil is looking for a pole position start for the Superheat tomorrow, but he still has 1 more qualifying heat to go. And there you can just see, pulling in just behind Daniel Albanese and fellow teammate Jean Nomblot into position. Of course, the racing earlier on didn't see Daniel Albanese. That was the first time we were seeing it. There was the start, beautiful close-up there, but just showcasing how tough it is to get these karts off the line and how rapid you have to be on those reactions, and as well where you position the kart down towards turn number 1. Initially, keep an eye on Daniel Albanese. You can see here he lost the inside line through turn number 1, got squeezed at turn 2, and you can see Giuseppe Palomba right down the inside. Brilliant, brilliant start there. Here's another angle of it, and you can see Adrian Mileto run the outside, trying to get through. Bit of contact between the two of them there, and you can see that kind of forced the Spaniard over that inside curb. Only wheel to wheel. It is to be expected in those early stages of a race, and especially at turn number 3 and 4. It is so tight through there. It is single file, and at the start of the race when they're going 2 or even 3 wide in some parts of that grid, it can fall into drama. This was the recovery drive back after that tricky start. Daniel Albanese getting past Giuseppe Palomba in those early stages. Then it was the likes of Adrian Mileto also getting that move done. This was Emilian Denner, unfortunately, dropping backwards in those early stages. Gustafsson and Van Wallstein both able to get through. And this was that change for second place as well, down the inside for Danilo Albanese. Did have to work a little bit for it on the exit. Was worried that Jean Nimron was going to get that move back down the inside into turns 14. But not able to find the gap there. There was more moves there from Matteo Vagano, getting those moves done in the early stages. This was a good little scrap here. Down the inside, Senna van Wallstein, great race earlier on for him. Continues that trend here with positions gained. This time only 4 positions gained, but this was his last fight on track. Super, super close here. Gustafsson taking a lot of that curb to try and get that nose down the inside. Not sure what had happened to Pedro Hiltbrand, the only retirement from that race, and in the dying stages of the race as well. But across the line, Mateusz Virgil taking another qualifying heat win. 2 for 2 now for the Frenchman as he heads into his next qualifying heat, Heat 3, later on today as the points leader. Well, we'll turn our attention back to KZ2 Racing, because once more we will see groups B and C out on the track, and there is Max Orlov, this time starting it on pole position. We caught up with him as he set the fastest time in his group in time qualifying. The second qualifying group is done and dusted here for the KZ2 category at the Valencia circuit here. Lucas Guerrero for the Champions of the Future Shifters program, and Max Orlov fastest in group, but not fastest overall. Very close though in the times. Brilliant for you, and that's two of the CPB Sport drivers on the top steps here. How are you feeling at the end of that qualifying session?
Yeah, it feels good, very comfortable for the hits. I don't know, like new starts, I was so quick, so we'll see how to win the hits, but I'm pretty good, so let's see.
It was mighty close out there. It was only fastest in that group by 0.03 of a second. Tell us, what does that mean going into the qualifying heats? Is that a worry to you, or are you feeling still calm and controlled?
No. Like I told you before, I'm so comfortable in the used tires. So yeah, I think it will be not a problem to fight for the pole in the hits. So yeah.
It is going to be a long weekend, this one. So many talented drivers, including yourself in this field. Are you just looking forward to everything that we're going to have this weekend?
Yeah, for sure.
Excellent. Congratulations. Well done. We'll see you out there in those qualifying heats.
Thank you.
Well, good to chat there to Max Orlov. Brilliant time in qualifying. Did have dramas, though, in his first qualifying heat, but this time he starts on pole position and will be joined by Max Schleimer alongside, who did take a win earlier on. Eli Goldstein and Marek Skrivan round out row number 2. They will have Mateo Zanchi and Gresim Skulinov on that third row of the grid as well. Noah Wolf and Alvar Simazara go from row number 4. They'll have Pavo Tontieri and Yanni Savico on row 5. Tigran Banatian and Kian Fardin on row number 6. Jensen Graham and Meniak Krozer go from row 7. They'll have Eric Holm and Sam Luye on row number 8. Boris Zaraski and Dion van Verven go from row 9. They'll have Hugo Besson and Kurt Precious on row 10. Emmanuel Mai and Nicola Rossini round out row number 11. They'll have Ruven Vilk and Daniel Delakian on row number 12. Eric Vess and Marco Torman round out the 13 row grid with 26 drivers out there. Like we were saying, Max Orlov picked up a 5-second time penalty in his first qualifying heat earlier on. That was for a jump start. That dropped him down to 8th place in the results. Max Schleimer of Germany did take a race win earlier on. Scriven, who starts right behind him, did finish in P3. It was Marcus Kayak who finished in 2nd place in that race earlier on. Yaroslav Skulinov finishing in P8 as well, so had a moment where he was dropping backwards in the order as well, and so far for a lot of other drivers also they went backwards. Alvar Simazvaro starting this on the 4th row of the grid, also a drama. Same with Noah Wolf. He was collected by Jensen Graham in their first race. They went wheel to wheel at turn number 3 in the first opening lap, and unfortunately for Noah Wolf, he went backwards in that race, but did recover back in the end of that race, but albeit a lot further down than I think he would have liked to have been for the likes of Jensen Graham. He did come away with a 5-second time penalty, but that was for a front fairing, not for anything else out there. So big shame for many of the drivers in that first race. Multitude of 5-second time penalties going out, and for a lot of them it was just for front fairings out there. It is very tight at the moment, though. In that intermediate classification, there you can see Kasper Schurmans and Max Schleimer. They are the 2 winners of those qualifying heats. Marcus Kayak and Mateo Zanchi 2nd place in those races, and Corentin Rousseau and Marek Skrivan at 3rd place in those races, gives them 41 intermediate classification points. This qualifying heat run, though, this will change that order just that little bit, especially for the likes of Max Orlov and Max Schleimer, the 2 Maxes on the front row of this grid, with Orlov dropping backwards just that little bit with that P8 earlier on, and Schleimer taking the race win. Now with them both starting on the front row of the grid, that should shake things up in those points. Of course, in the second race, when we see the likes of Kasper Schurmans once again starting it on pole position, this will be one for him where he needs to think, right, what could we potentially do in that race? So he'll be watching this one, I can imagine, with some encouragement, just to see what happens to Max Schleimer in this one, because they are in those points fights at the moment to see who will start on pole for those super heats tomorrow. Drivers heading into the final chicane now. Last opportunity to get any temperature into those tyres. You will see them give it the belly full of power just to light up those rear tyres to get some temperature into them. The field getting themselves lined up here. We've seen some fabulous close-ups of the starts of these races. I'm sure we will see some more, and right on cue we see Jensen Graham pulling into his slot there, and you can see how they try and keep the revs going, try and keep the temperature in the engines. They can cool down very quickly, and so can tyres as well. These Dunlops can reach a smackeringly high temperature at the fast parts of the circuit, but then on the straights they can cool down rapidly. Green flag waves then at the back. Drivers will watch those lights as we get ready to go racing for qualifying heat B versus C. It's KZ2, it's go down in towards turn number 1. It's a lightning start once again for the inside row. This time Max Orlov gets a brilliant start. Goldstein there in third place, slots through as there's drama in the background. Round goes one of the CPB Sport carts, and it's not gone well at all for them. Out of the race as the field heads through turns 2, 3 and 4 pretty cleanly. I think it's Dion van Verven is the driver out. It is indeed. Van Verven will go no further in this one. He cannot get it restarted, and he is out. That is a big, big shame for him. Race goes on though, and you can still see it is Orlov and Schleimer who have not raced together so far this weekend, are now going wheel to wheel in this qualifying heat. Eyes on the back of the grid there. You're still seeing those moves coming through. You're seeing Nicola Rossini, who again needs a good result in this one, had drama earlier on and is fighting back nicely. Max Skriban and Matteo Zanchi in this race. Keep an eye on them. Zanchi finishing P2 earlier on, needs to close in. Yellow flags are still out at turn number 1 as the marshals clear away Dion van Verven's machine. But they've done a brilliant job of trying to get that one out, and I think that's had quite a bit of damage to it because they are struggling to pull that cart out there. So those yellow flags are still waving at turn number 1. Well, Orlov still leads the way here. So it's CPB Sport leading the TB cart of Ellie Goldstein. Then it is the 2 IPK factory team drivers here of Skrivan and Zanchi, who are rounding out that top 5. Yanisaviko, 4 places gained, had a really strong start in this one, is up into P6. Avasim was far as well in the same sort of situation. 1 place gain is there in P7 from Skulinov, Tonteri and Wolf, who round out the top 10 right now. As they head down into that chicane, you can see the buffeting on those front nose cones as they go through, with diving into Parc Ferme then. Out of the race comes Samuel Uye, the People Like Racing driver, going no further in this race, and that is a big shame for him. And again, judging by the speed, clearly just something not right with his kart, and he pulls that out of the race. Eyes will stay focused then on this lead fight. Max Schleimer setting the fastest lap of the race now, 55.666, and is trying to close in on Max Orlov. However, Orlov is going very quick here. He's setting purple sectors on this lap. I think he's trying to retaliate from that fastest lap earlier on, and he's dealing with it pretty nicely. There is Yaroslav Skulinov going through your screen as well, right to the middle of that large train of karts. Loses the back end just that little bit there. Might be under pressure from Paavo Tonteri now, down in towards turn number 1. But I think they have stayed in formation. But again, we stay focused on this fight because, again, the gap just holding at around 3/10. But there you can see Max Orlov retaliating to Schleimer's fastest lap and now continues to hold that gap at 3/10 of a second. As the whole field goes through, still now in those intermediate classifications. It would be Schleimer leading those with 94. However, you can imagine with Casper Schurmans starting on pole position for that next one, he will be wanting to get those 100 points to his name. So if Schleimer can get past Orlov, all will be good. But Max Orlov right now is looking pretty comfortable at the front. Eyes on the train further down in the order though, as the field pushes their way through. You're seeing there Yanisaviko of Spain trying to close in on Matteo Zanchi, but that gap is again just fluctuating between the two of them around 4/10 of a second. You can see there Alvar Simosvara just behind. Jaroslav Skulinov also on that white liveried Kart Republic for the Door Motorsport team. Just pushing his way through. Now, Dion van Verven under investigation for causing a collision. So we saw him out of the race at turn number 1 at the start. What happened there then, if he's the one who's under investigation for causing the collision? Did he go down the inside of turn 1? There was just no space there. We just don't know. We may find out later on today, though. Lap number 5 we're on. We're going on to lap 6 here. Across the line they go. And the gap still between Orlov and Schleimer stays the same. No drama between those two as they continue this fight on. Down the field they go. Still looking at these drivers here. Hugo Besson is probably the driver that we need to watch in this race. He is at the back of that large train of karts from 3rd all the way down to 13th. But he is the biggest mover so far in this race. 6 places gained in that sharp end. But then you look further back as well. Marco Torman from the back of the field, 26th place he started. He's up 7 places now in this race, inside the top 20 in 19th place. There it is on your screen, the graphic. And he's having a brilliant race so far in this one, but that is all the way down quite some ways, around 8.6 seconds off the lead battle right now, which in total doesn't seem too bad, but in KZ racing, that's quite a significant amount. Max Orlov looking down at his kart there. He was looking at the radiator for a brief moment, and now was he seeing what his radiator cover was looking like, because at the moment it's all down at the moment. Was he spotting something on his engine temps that might have been causing something for concern? And he was checking the radiator just to see what it looked like. It is fully open there and going, as there Goldstein all on his own on that TBK machine. He's on this one here. Czechia versus Italy. Skrivan versus Zanki right now, both on the IPK factory team, both on the Pragas. Making their way out of turn 14 down that start-finish straight. Now, Paolo Tonteri's had drama on this lap. He's just swapped places. Noah Wolf has got past Edison Skulinov. Banatian as well getting past Tonteri. So battles happening in the background here. As there you can see Wolf, he's just trying to hold on to his position. Now let's see what happens here then. Lap number 8 we are on. Race is coming to a conclusion here. You can see the next grid is lining up ready to go racing. That is KZ2 Qualifying Heat A versus D. That'll be next. This is the Wolf and Skilanov battle. Wolf has just got past. Banatian also just getting past Tonteri. So I can imagine Skilanov is going to want to be checking behind as well to make sure that also doesn't cause him any dramas. Here though, top 5 still no change between them. They have stayed line astern. It is all from 6th place downwards where those moves have been happening. And Yenis Savico continues to try and close in. There you can see they are closing in there. Alvar Simasvara also in close proximity. A big check over the shoulder there for Matteo Zanchi just to see what's happening. And he can see that long train of karts just trying to close in. Well, as they make their way into the dying stages of this race, just a reminder of those points and where these drivers currently sit after this current positioning of this qualifying heat. Schleimer still leads it with 94 points to his name. Orlov with 80 points is joined at the toe by Matteo Zanchi. So if Zanchi can get another position in this race, he will move up to 2nd in the points. Goldstein currently 4th in the points from Marek Skrivan, Savico, Simasvara and Banatian rounding at the top 8 in the points. They're all joint on that 59 points between Banatian and Simasvara. But that will change, of course, when this next qualifying heat goes out on track. They force themselves into position. But I say, feel a little bad for Goldstein there. He's in a bit of a no-man's land right now. He checks over the shoulder. He can still see that Skrivan and Zanchi are there, not really piling on the pressure too much to him. But then Goldstein is not able to put the pressure on the two CPP Sport drivers up ahead. He is just literally rolling around there in 3rd place. And this is still a good position for Goldstein because, like I say, he's 4th in the points. Still in a very strong position right now. Nice close-up there of those Praga karts exiting out of turn 8 and 9. You can just see them pushing their way forward. This is Goldstein on your screen. He is chasing Slimer for second place. You can see he's not gained or lost any positions. He is just in a holding pattern right now. He is just trying to get that kart all the way to the end of this race, which isn't far away now, as the drivers will be crossing the line. They will be seeing the last lap board this time for KZ2 Qualifying Heat B versus C. And there, Max Orlov, who suffered with that penalty earlier on with that P8, now is looking like the Max Orlov we saw earlier this year and earlier last year as well. But Max Orlov certainly delivering here as he exits through turn 7. You can see that Schleimer is still right there, but Schleimer's just not been able to retaliate here. The winner earlier on of that first qualifying heat for Max Schleimer this time around is going to be coming away with a P2, and there is absolutely nothing that the German driver can do about it, because Orlov continues to drive away here. The gap now extending to a second. You can imagine that Schleimer's probably backing off here now, just to think, right, let's look after these tyres. But later on today, over the line they go. Orlov takes the win. Schleimer finishes 1 second behind him. Goldstein, Skrivan, Zanki round out the top 5. No change between those top 5. Savico finishes in P6 from Simonsvara. Wolf to 8th place from Banatian. Skulinov in 10th place rounds out that top 10. A very competitive field, and I will say less than 10 seconds separating the top 14 out there on circuit. Still very, very close. Paolo Tonteri finishing in 11th. Hugo Masson, Kian Varden, Jensen Graham, and Emmanuel Mai rounds out the top 15. 6 places gained for the driver, finishing in P15. Boris Araski, Kerprecius and Menihut Crosser then round out the top 18 out on track. Marco Torman, Eric Holm, Nicola Rossini, Dan Delakian finishing in 22nd place from Ruben Vilk. Eric Vess rounds out the 24 finishes in that one. Sam Louier, Dion Van Verben, both retirements from their second qualifying heat of the day. But we will see Groups B and C racing later on today in their third and final qualifying heats. Group C will be out with Group A, and then it will be the likes of the rest of them as well. Group B will be out with Group D later on, so we look forward to that one. There, Max Orlov, though, on your screen. Solid second race for him. Definitely redemption for earlier on with that false start, and he's just inspecting everything on that wagon now, and he's looking at the tyres. He was looking down at his kart at one point during that race. Not too sure what he was looking at, but clearly some concern for him. Here's the start of that race, and initially, great getaway for all the drivers. No drama there whatsoever, but keep an eye on Dion Van Verben right at the back of the field. Retirement. What happened between the two? Oh, you could just see, yeah, the two of them did make contact. You can see there was the Sodi kart there who did also go around the 2 CPP spots. I think that might have been Eric Holm in the 253 that he may have tangled with down that start-finish straight. And you can just see as they headed in towards turn 1, there was a slight sideways moment. But unfortunately for Dion Van Verben, out of the race. Eyes on this one here. Through the chicane, you can see again how close it was. The pinch point at turn 3 is just nail-biting for any class, especially for a KZ and KZ2 categories. These karts are large and they are heavy as well. And just going through there, it's so much drama between the two of them. There was Ian Van Verben walking away from his kart. There was Samuel Luye retiring from the race. Not sure what was up with his kart, but he retired pretty early on in the race, but it stayed a pretty calm race for the majority of it. The main overtakes happening in the early stages of it, and across the line in a controlled race there for the top 5. Max Orlov, Max Schleimer, Eli Goldstein, Maddox Grivan and Matteo Zanchi. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 not gaining or losing any places as they will race later on today. One more race to go before another short break. In fact, it's before we go into the lunch break later on. It will be Groups A versus D heading out on to the circuit. This one is going to be an important one because Kasper Schurmans, who took the win earlier on, now has a green light to see if he can lead that intermediate classification going into the third race later on today. There he is on your screen, the driver of the 258 Sony Kart machine for the CPB Sport team. Brilliant qualifying for him, pulled it overall with that perfect lap and is continuing that trend in these qualifying heats. But he will have the close company of Marcus Kayak alongside, and we know that Kayak is good at the start of these races. He pushed that card off the line earlier on, taking the lead in that first qualifying heat. I suspect he'll be wanting to do the same in this one, so he'll be a driver who you do need to keep an eye on, as well as other drivers all the way down the order. Some drivers who certainly had tricky ones. Well, Eduardo Mormarelli, who was supposed to be starting that one, didn't start earlier on. He did DNS'd, so we'll see if he's out on track this time around. There is Marcus Kayak, the former Estonian champion back in 2021 and German champion in 2024 in the KZ2 categories. So again, keep a very close eye on him, starting on the front row of the grid. Corentin Rousseau and Kimi Tammy as well in this race on that second row. Keep an eye on Corentin Rousseau. He had a really strong performance earlier on. He did gain those positions. He was fighting in that sharp end, just couldn't get the run right at the end, but was wheel to wheel with Marcus Kayak earlier on in that qualifying heat. So again, we'll see what happens in this race. Out to lane, you have Valtonen as well on that third row of the grid. Keep an eye on them, especially Polaine on the energy course, and for him, a very strong performance later on. Right then, engines get fired up. KZ2 Qualifying Heat A versus D once more is now getting underway as the sun continues to try and break through the clouds here at the Valencia circuit, but the clouds once more loom over the track as the air temperature reaches 18 degrees here as the field makes its way out to the circuit. Let's take you through the full starting lineup for this one then. It is Kasper Schulmans and Marcus Kayak on row number 1. Corentin Rousseau and Kimi Tani go from row 2. They'll have Artur Polaine and Juha Valtonen on row number 3. Anatoly Kavalkin and Jean Louillet round out row number 4. They'll have Dominic Simek and Marty Rittanen on row 5. Jay Irwin from New Zealand and Jaden Thine of the Netherlands round out row number 6. Alejandro Reoth and Timo Jungling make it a Spanish and British row number 7. They'll have Tom Dussel and Cedric Malk on row number 8. Gamaluye and Simon Reckenmarker on row 9. They'll have Matis Prush and Mario Pinazzo on row number 10. They ran out the top 20. Ivan Kondratenko and Georgi Vakovsky round out row number 11. They'll have Alessio Pacini and Jan Rothran on row 12. Samuele Leopardi and Guillaume Rocha on row number 13. And is Eduardo Mormarelli out on track? The Formula K driver did not start earlier on, and once again on my timing screen, Eduardo Mormarelli not there on track. So that is a big, big shame there. I'll have to figure that one out during the lunch break as to why Mormarelli is not out on track, but we do wish him all the best if he's not out there. Drivers will get this chance now to get temperature into those tyres, and while they do that, let's just remind you of some of the results that happened earlier on within the KZ2 class. Group A and B was a pretty feisty one at the beginning, of course, because we saw Max Orlov get that 5-second time penalty, but it was Schulmans who took the win. Corentin Rousseau finishing in 3rd place earlier on, not gaining or losing any places, so again a pretty solid start for him. Then you had the likes of Artur Polaine, did only drop down 1 place into P6, but still a strong start to his racing weekend as well. One driver who did struggle just that little bit in the early stages of that one, Anatoly Kavalkin, but then came away with gaining 2 places. So again, keep an eye on the driver for the Mondea Kart team as he finished his race P5 earlier on. Groups D was another story as well for Marcus Kayak. Was a good race, P2 finish for him. He finished very closely behind Max Schleimer, who we just saw racing a moment ago. Kimi Tani needs to recover back in this one, dropped to 7th place earlier on. Juha Valtonen as well also was a driver you needed to watch, because that was for the right reasons, though, getting up into P4, a 2-place gain. Jean Louillet was a bit of a tough one for him, but still a position gain and finishing in P5, looking to capitalize on, maybe even improve that one in this second qualifying heat. Field makes its way into that infield section. You can imagine a lot needs to happen at this stage of a race weekend. It's the middle points. They've got their qualifying heat later on today. That final one determines where they will be starting for those super heats. As well, just checking something down there is Casper Schurmans, making sure all is in order. And these drivers on these technical carts, they are fiddly, these machines. They're very lightweight. They're still heavy for a kart, but they're lightweight in comparison to anything else. But still, so much can happen with these machines. So many moving parts, of course, with the gearbox class. So much more than just the direct drive category. It is not just accelerate and brake and turn. You've got the gears, you've got the front brakes, you've got the standing starts, you've got everything. You've got the clutch control on the line, everything like that. It is such a tough class to really get into. But once you do, and once you give it a go, you just cannot get away. As soon as that bug bites, you're glued to it. You're glued to the KZ category, and just that sense of reaching, you know, roughly around 100 miles an hour. These karts can go in excess of 100 miles an hour on some circuits, depending on what the straights and the gearing is set up. These machines are some of the rapid, most fastest short-circuit karts you will see racing. But in the KZ2 category, these drivers just now need to focus and get this second qualifying heat done and dusted. For the front row, though, it's down to Casper Schurmans. Can he lead the intermediate classification going into that third qualifying heat later on today? We are about to find out as the green flag waves at the back. The lights go on. Lights are out. We are racing. It's a brilliant start for the likes of Anatoly Kavalkin as they head down, but there's been drama at the back of the field as Alessio Pacini's wagon did not get off the line, but the field gets through in towards turn one. It is still Schurmans who leads the way down in towards turn number 3. The pinch point comes in. There's karts going over the inside curb. There's karts going on the outside curb. But amazingly, they all get through those first chicanes pretty cleanly then. It's a good getaway for Schurmans at the front. Corentin Rousseau has had a brilliant start as well because he slotted in to second place. Marcus Kayak at this moment, I think, has slotted down into about P3, but he is now fighting for that position, but he's going to lose out on P3 because that's the likes of Kimi Tani going through, and I think the likes of Corentin Rousseau, maybe even Jörg Valtonen, who are going through. So they've had a really good start to their race, but we will see what happens because Kayak now will have to recover, and he's recovering instantly very late on the brakes there into that final chicane wheel to wheel. But Kayak just manages to squeeze his way through. It's Schurmans, Rousseau, Tani, Valtonen, Kayak, Kavalkin battling the way. This is Arthur Lane down the inside. He's bringing the likes of Dominic Simic, Jean-Louis J. Owen, Jaden Thurn is there as well, and Timo Youngling also trying to get involved as they head down into that chicane. You can see the Sodi karts all over that curb as they go wheel to wheel. This is a tense moment, 3 wide as they go through, and that's Youngling trying to get his kart down the inside, but that has not worked out. And now he is squeezed on the outside. This is an incredible opening couple of laps. But you can see those drivers there, Simic, Dine and Youngling, absolutely wheel to wheel in this race. But unfortunately for Dine, he's going to drop back to the back of this one, and now he's got the Maranello card of Georgi Vakovsky all over his rear bumper now as they head down the back straight on these opening laps of the race. Through that final chicane then, and it is Schurmans who's in control of this race. The gap around 7/10 of a second between himself and Corentin Rousseau. Tani is there in third place, Valtonen into P4. So Kayak needs to recover in this opening few laps. He dropped back a little bit, and there you can actually see, well, we might have a fight for the lead here. Corentin Rousseau has set the fastest lap of the race in the opening stage here. But we'll keep an eye on that gap. It is still 7/10 of a second between those two. But the pace quite clearly is there for the Frenchman. Finished third place earlier on already. He's bettered that in that P2. Can he come away with a win? Kimi Tani, though, is going to make that difficult for him as they go through. Here you can see the likes of Artur Lane and Anatoly Kavalkin still relatively close out there. But Kavalkin not going for the move. Jay Owen, though, and Jean-Louis, they are pretty close in the background. The New Zealander checks over the shoulder and can see Jean-Louis for company just behind. It was the start. You can see brilliant getaway for Cavalcin. Up lane struggling off the line. You also saw Alessio Pacini not getting off the line well, and that's the reason why he didn't get off the line well. Made contact there with, I think that was Matis Prush on the IPK machine, just trying to go for the move. And drama for Kayak at the beginning of that one. The driver in that Formula K kart, the IPK machine, just dropping back in the order with not 1, 2, but 3 drivers going through. And Kayak dropping all the way down to P5 in that early stage. That was that desperate move down the inside in that final chicane, which did in the fact work out for him. But now we'll have the likes of Verlaine, who's got past Cavalcin actually, and has moved up into P6. They, though, are not closing in because Kayak is closing in on Valtonen, so that's going to be one we're going to need to keep an eye on, as unfortunately out of the race and pulling in is the Mondeo Kart Racing Team driver of Alessio Pacini. We saw him have drama earlier on, and unfortunately I think there's just that bit of damage to his kart. This was a late lunge down the inside. That's nicely done there for Cedric Mulk of Switzerland, and you can just see how close it was between the two of them, and George Fakowski there just pushing his way through. The 16-year-old certainly showcasing his youth there with that move down the inside. Only his second season of KZ Racing. Field is on lap number 5 of this race, and the top 5 still in situ. It is still Shawmans who leads the way from Rousseau, Tani and Valtonen. Marcus Kayak, however, is closing in on that fight. This, though, is still where we're watching. Jean-Louis has got past Jay Irwin now. He has pushed him down to 9th place. Simic, Youngling, Thine, they're still there closing in. And you can still see those 3 Sodis, the CPV Sport Team drivers, having a brilliant start to their race. They were wheel to wheel for a fair chunk of that first opening lap. And right now, they are just seeing what they can do in this mid-section of the race. It is coming to a conclusion, this one, before they go into that lunch break later on. There is your leaders heading down the back straight. They are still in close formation. There is Kayak, though, trying to close in on the likes of Jura Valtonen, but he is holding firm for the time being. Again, you see those nose cones, the Naspanas buffeting down the braking zone of that final chicane. It is bumpy down that back section through turns 15 and 16. It's a very fast part of the track, but the tarmac very coarse there, and these drivers do tend to struggle with getting the power down. But eyes focusing on the field still, as Shawmans now at the front is finding the pace even more here. Fastest lap after fastest lap now, 55.589 is the time, and on that last lap that was some 2-3 tenths faster than Corentin Rousseau. So on this second stage, you can already see it there on the graphics. 1.5 seconds now is the gap, as action kicking off in the background here. This is not at all what they'd want to see in that Birillart machine, because now Jay Irwin is under pressure from Dominic Simic. Youngling's going to try and go through. Youngling goes wheel to wheel with his teammates as the two of them fight for track position. Now here comes the likes of Jaden Thurn, who's trying to get through as well. Jay Irwin seemingly at the start of this race having a good getaway, but now starting to fall back a little bit here as Thine goes down the inside and gets that move done. Good stuff from the two drivers, not fully battling between themselves, but Thine gets through. But crucially, Dominic Simic and Timo Youngling, that was a close moment for them into that final chicane. And you could just see as Simic went for the move there on Jay Irwin. Youngling took control of the situation and tried to get that wagon down the inside there. So very interesting situation. There is Simon Reckenmacher as well on the Door Motorsport machine. He is pushing through nicely. He's got Cedric Mulk there for company as well. Same livery for them, but running apparently not with the same team. Door Motorsport for Simon Reckenmacher. Millennium Racing for Cedric Mulk. So we'll see what happens between those two. But Jay Irwin now on the back foot here massively. Simon Reckenmacher all over that rear bumper as they head down in towards turns number 3 and 4. Lap number 9 now of this race. It is the dying stages of it. Shawman's doing exactly what he needs to do here, holding on to the lead and continuing to break away now. That gap 1.7 seconds. He is looking at 100 intermediate classification points to his name right now. Incredible pace he has had over the course of not just qualifying, but these qualifying heats as well. Shaking under braking there into that final chicane. That just shows the pressures that are going through these karts right now. Of course, not only just the rear braking, but you've got the front brakes as well. These karts can stop from a very high speed to a very low speed in the space of a very short amount of time. And that puts so much strain on the Dunlop tyres, on the chassis as well, and on the drivers, of course. They pull quite a bit of G around some of these fast corners, especially the likes of 15 and 16. They're very quick through there. They carry a lot of speed at around 135 or so kilometers an hour around those turns. You can imagine that's motorway speeds, and the Autopista here in Spain, where the speed limits are around 120 kilometers an hour. These drivers are doing 130 into that corner. It just shows how fast they are going in these karts. Into that final chicane once more, and still it's all to play for right now as Corentin Rousseau is going to look to capitalise and get up into third in the points. Schleimer will hold on to second, but loses out on his lead as we go on to the final lap of this race. For Rousseau, if he could get up into the lead, but he's down 2 seconds, it's not going to happen. Would benefit him a little bit in those points. But for Kasper Schaumann, who has just delivered here, the 2:58, no drama for him in this one. I mean, he's showed incredible pace in his second year of KZ racing. He started in the tail end of last year in the 2024 season. It's pushed through pretty nicely. Has Schaumann, we spoke, like you say, spoke to him after qualifying. He was so delighted with that lap. He said it's finally going his way, and it certainly is in the qualifying heats as well. Out of the final corner, 2.1 seconds clear, and it is Kasper Schaumann who leads the point and leads the way at the end of that qualifying heat. He's the one to beat in KZ2. Corentin Rousseau and Kimitani finished in second and third. Jörg Valtonen finishing in P4 from Marcus Kayak, Artur Boulain, Anatoly Kavalkin, Jean Louillet, Dominic Simek under investigation for potentially cutting the circuit. That would have been between himself and Timo Jungling earlier on. I can imagine he will dispute that. He will say he's forced off, but of course, I'm sure Timo Jungling will say, no, I had the inside line. There is your full results at the end of that one. Dominic Simek and Timo Jungling rounding out the top 10, but their race is not over yet as they'll be heading to the stewards, I can imagine, for that moment down in that final chicane. Jaden Thine and Jay Irwin finish in 11th and 12th, and some record marker Cedric Mulk and Georgi Fakowski. Martti Rittinen from Alejandro Leov finishing in P16 and 17. Gavin Louillet from Samuele Leopardi. Mario Pinazzo finishing in 20th place out of Tom Dussel. Gideon Rocha with a good race on that one. 4 places gained, finishes in 22nd ahead of Matis Pruj, Ivan Kondratenko, Jan Rodren, and the retirements, Alessio Piccini, and the non-starter of Eduardo Morelli. Well, racing done for now for Schaumann. That's all he needs to do until that final qualifying heat later on today, leading those points. He just needs to do the same later on. But like I say, he will be starting it once more on that pole position spot, but he'll be starting alongside Max Schleimer for that race. Here's a look at the highlights in that one, and unfortunately for, like I say, Alessio Piccini, that start not the way he wanted to go at all. You can see he had that moment there with, I think that was either Ivan Kondratenko or Matis Pruj, both on the IPK machines there, but it looked like it was the Formula K kart there that pulled across, so possibly the Ukrainian Kondratenko having that moment with Alessio Piccini as they were line astern at the start of that race. Here's another angle of it, and yes, confirmation it was the Ukrainian there that he had the contact with. But for Piccini, that is still another bad result for him. Drops him right down the order, and now he'll be really having to fight in that last 2 races if he wants to make it into that final tomorrow. Eyes on the rest of it. Brilliant, brilliant race for the CPB Sport team in that one. 3 of their drivers line astern throughout that. Dominic Simek, Timo Jungling and Jaden Thine absolutely nail-biting racing at the beginning of that one. Kavalkin getting the moves in the early stages, but like you say, Matis Prush fighting it back through that chicane. Marcus Kayak pushing through nicely. This was the likes of Attapulane as well, trying to get those moves back down the inside. He did get past Kavalkin, albeit he did finish the race still 1 place down from his original starting spot. So the close fights, though, between the rest of the field. There was Georgi Fakowski having to take to the outer curb there to try and avoid collision there with Cedric Mulk, who managed to get the moves done. This moment here was interesting. So Simic went down the inside of Jay Irwin. Then you had Jungling down the inside. The 2 wheel-to-wheel, driving off the circuit. Cutting the track is what he's under investigation for, is Dominic Simek. It was a brief bout of contact between the 2 of them, but he did, from that shot there, clearly cut the chicane and kept a lasting advantage at the end of that one. So you can imagine that is why he's under investigation, and that will fall to the stewards to make their decisions. To the line, though, Casper Schormans under no contest right now. Checkered flag, 2 wins out of 2. He's the one who leads those points with 100 points to his name. The driver of the Netherlands will head to that 3rd qualifying heat later on today, starting alongside Max Schleimer as they go wheel-to-wheel for their last race later on. Well, that brings us to the lunch break now. 3 more races to go, as we will return with qualifying heat 3 for the KZ category and determine who will be starting on pole position for that final and superheat later on in the weekend. Then we go to KZ2, and that does round out the day very early on in the day, actually, until we go into tomorrow for those superheats and finals. So now we will take a short break. We'll see you in about an hour's time for the last 3 races of the day. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the champions of the future shifters here at the Lucas Guerrero circuit in Valencia, Spain. We are halfway through the day and going into the final 3 races for round 1 here in Valencia. But let's take a closer dive at the circuit that we're racing at this weekend. The Carrera Internacional Lucas Guerrero Year of Opening 2014 event record set in time qualifying earlier on this weekend. Mateus Rangel with a 54.380. That was done in time qualifying. No one at this moment has been able to beat that time so far this weekend. But a closer dive in at the circuit itself, it is a total of 1,428 metres. It's 210 metres down the start-finish straight, then 135 metres down the back straight in towards turns 15 and 16. Track width is around about 9 metres with no elevation change. It is a flat circuit here at the Valencia circuit in Spain, so we look forward to seeing what it's going to be doing with those slipstreams. Turns in total, 19 of them, 11 to the right, 8 to the left, and that one hairpin out there as well at turn number 11. Each and every one of those corners provides its own challenges, but many of them provide ample overtaking opportunities. We've seen overtakes in towards turn 1, in towards turn 3. We've seen them in towards 6 and 7, 11, 12 and 13, and that final chicane as well of 17, 18 and 19. And we've seen those overtakes thick and fast throughout those first few qualifying heats earlier on today. Top speeds, though, drivers will be reaching that down into the braking zone at turn at number 1 of around 141 kilometers an hour. And then again into the braking zone, into that final chicane, they'll be reaching roughly around 135. They average around 94 around the lap. It is tight and twisty in that infield section when they get through turns 3 and 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. But when they stretch the legs and open it out through 13, 14, 15 and 16, and then, of course, down that start-finish straight, they do reach those dizzyingly high speeds. KZ Qualifying Heat 3, that is the next race. That'll be heading out onto the circuit. 11 laps, once again, the same as what they've had over the last 2 races that we have seen, which has seen Mateus Rangel take the wins in both of those qualifying heats. They are going to be the ones that we will keep a very close eye on. Jean Emelin, who'd be starting alongside him, has also had good results, never been outside the top 3. But one young man as well who has delivered good results is the man on your screen currently, Adrian Meredio, who's 3rd and 4th place earlier on today. Could certainly transpire into something much better if he can get the jump on Mateus Rangel, but he has been the driver to beat. No one has been able to get in front of the Frenchman, not even his fellow countryman and teammate Jean Emelin, who starts alongside him for this one, 2nd and 3rd. That 3rd place, though, that came from Danilo Albanese, who finished P2 in that 2nd race earlier on. That driver, the number 19, DNF'd in the 1st race, drama for him, but certainly came back strong after he deployed a brand new set of tyres on the right-hand side of his kart. So, again, looking forward to seeing what he will be able to do in this race. More is going to be happening in this one. Of course, he was an early deployment of those tyres. However, everyone else here has now just deployed them, but we'll wait for the graphics because this is going to be an interesting one. We've got drivers who have gone for fresh set on the right-hand side. We've got drivers who have gone for fresh sets on the left-hand side. So that's going to make it fairly interesting to see who's going to get the better out of it. Here we go then. Engines fire up. Drivers make their way out onto the circuit. Let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup because, again, for this, it's all going to be down to what the man on pole position can do. Mateus Rangel, who has taken those 2 wins out of 2. He starts this once more on the front row of the grid alongside his teammate Jean Emelin, who are fighting for the front. There you can see the tyres that are on board on that front row. Adrian Meredio and Danilo Albanese, both with no fresh tyres on board their karts on row number 2. Giuseppe Palomba and Lorenzo Travazanuto, both on the left-hand side of their karts. Emilian Diana and Victor Gustafsson, they've gone for opposite sides, but they start on the 4th row of the grid. Jorge Pescador and Stedeman Wallstein go from row 5. Pescador not choosing to use new tyres. Pedro Hilbrand and David Trevelov round out the next row. Row number 7 sees Daniel Vasili and Paolo Ippolito both on the left-hand side. Enzo La Cruz and Matteo Vagano also on the left-hand side of row number 8 with Lorenzo Camplese and Stan Pex, also brand new tyres on the left-hand side. Christian Batuca and Francisco Salenta go from row number 10. Batuca go for the right-hand side. Salenta going for the left-hand side. Tom Louier, going for the fresh set on the left-hand side, and Ryan Kramer's joining him on that decision. Matis Donijani who is out there, has not deployed fresh tyres. So smattering of new tyres going on board then, these karts, which should shake things up just that little bit ahead of this race, but we'll have to wait and see what happens, because drivers will now have the opportunity to get the temperature into those tyres. They'll have time to try and remove the release agent that is on top of the tyres, what gives it those brand new tyres its nice sheen over the top surface. They take those off, and then they've got the traction that they need out there, but until they clear that, yeah, that's a different story. Look at the intermediate classifications just briefly as these drivers get themselves straightened up and formed out. It is Matteo Spurgeon with 100 points to his name. Another win here would put him on the top step. He would need massive drama for him to lose out on not starting on pole position here. He needs to just stay focused here. Jean Nomblot is currently second in those points with 85 points to the name. Adrian Marrero is currently third in those points with 79 points to the name. Palomba and Senna van Wallstein are joint with 72 points to their name. Travazanuto with 60 is joint with Gustafsson on those 60 points, and Danilo Albanese with the 59 points just sits inside the top 8 after that DNF. But that second place earlier on has put him still in a good fighting chance of holding on to a top 10 start for tomorrow's super heats. Of course, tomorrow is the main day where we will see those super heats, and of course those all-important finals for everyone in the KZ category. Only 23 of them, they will all make it to that final. However, in the KZ2 class, we will say goodbye to a handful of drivers. There is race control. Joanna Falcao joined by Sam Fisher in there, keeping an eye on the 40 cameras that have been out there, and reports from them saying the racing has been good. It's been fair racing all the way throughout, but they have been keeping an eye on absolutely everyone out there, with some few dramas earlier on in those qualifying heats. You can scroll back and watch that, but I implore you to stay and wait and see what happens in this race, because we are moments away from getting it started once more. Spurgeon and Nomblot on the front row of the grid for this one. You can see them coming up now the back straights, two of them in the Sodi karts, looking very strong over the course of this one. The CPB team have nailed the setup here this weekend. They have delivered some really strong results, not only the KZ, but also in the KZ2 category. Biggest warning out there, I have to say, probably for the teams. They've got a smattering of drivers here, 3 in the KZ class alone, and then there's at least 10 or so in the actual KZ2 class as well. So a very strong showing for the CPB team as they get their drivers primed and ready for this one. For the rest of the field, though, still some really strong results. We've had good results for the Kart Republic team as well, with Daniel Albanese with that P2, but despite the dramas earlier on, Gustafsson having good results as well for CRG. Club Calicart with Jorge Pescador, and as well for the Maranello kart team with Giuseppe Palomba. Also some very good results, and that's not disregarding any other team out there, because there are quite a few being represented here this weekend with their drivers. Tony Kart as well out there, but those drivers seemingly struggling. In-time qualifying earlier on today in the KZ category, as the flags wave at the back of the grid. The lights procedure will begin as we wait for Martin Bean to start that procedure. The lights start to go. 3 red lights, 4 red lights. Lights around, it's a good start, but I think it may have been a jump start there for Danilo Albanese. He looked far too confident on the go there, down in towards turn number 1, and I think he knows what he's done, but he stays there in 3rd place as they head through. It is still the likes of Spurgeon and Nomblot in 1-2 right now as the whole field gets through that first chicane pretty much unscathed, albeit that drama looming over Danilo Albanese. Was that a perfect start, or was it a little too eager on that go pedal? There they head down the infield straight now. Emilian Denner, you can see him trying to gain those positions in the early stages, but he's getting swamped by the pack just that little bit. Giuseppe Palomba as well He's had a good start. He's there in P4, and he is trying to get past the likes of Danilo Albanese. Albanese checks over the shoulder, takes a recheck as well to see that it's Giuseppe Palomba right there. And as they exit out of the final chicane, it is still a good start for the field. Across the line they go. Familiar story for Spagel and Nomblom. Danilo Albanese there in third place. Giuseppe Palomba, however, there in P4 is having a brilliant one right now, and he has got a chance to get past Danilo Albanese because so many of these drivers have deployed those fresher tyres. There are drama in the background. Paolo Ippolito went over that infield curb. He's just lost out on 3 places on this last lap, so he's going to have to work through the field just that little bit more here. Other drivers who have gained good places. Cristian Batuka, 5th-place gain, is up into P14. He's had a brilliant start on this one. For Pedro Hilbrand, though, it's been a disaster. The driver who started fairly high up in the order in this one, in the 11th place spot, now finds himself circulating in 23rd place after a DNF earlier on. He's not going to be too happy. Someone who is really happy is Giuseppe Palomba. Down the inside, gets the move done on Danilo Albanese and moves up into 3rd place, and now can try and work ahead of pushing forward to those drivers up ahead. Confirmation there. Albanese with a potential false start at the beginning of that race. Watch them go. You can see he's the only one that's moved there in those early stages. There may have been a freckle of a move from Palomba there as well at the same time. But a clear move there. And here's another look at it. And well, there is a lot of movement around there. But yeah, clear. The first car that moves is Danilo Albanese, but I'm not sure the lights are out when he does that. And that's Senna van Waalstein off the circuit. Senna van Waalstein rejoins, but all the way back in 21st place. Now, what on earth happened to van Waalstein, who was looking so good in those first races? A P4 and a P6 for van Waalstein earlier on, and now finds himself down in 21st place. Now, he was fighting in and around that sort of top 10 area, but what on earth happened to him? As that is drama at its finest. Well, Cristian Batuka sets the fastest lap of the race as Paolo Ippolito's on the charge here, as he's fighting with Vagano and Gustafsson and Complese. But my goodness, for Senna van Waalstein now 10 seconds off the lead battle and down into 21st place. That is a huge shock for the driver from the Netherlands. As still here, this battle, Gustafsson leading that train of P12 downwards, pushes through. There's the lead fight going through. Nomblom Spagel as back down the inside there goes Matteo Vagana on Gustafsson. So he's going to try and get that one done. Now this must be what happened to the likes of Senna van Waalstein. Right, so he's on the outside. Oh dear, completely misjudges that one. Goes over the rear of the cart in front, and I think that is Adrian Meledo who has gone over. It is indeed the Spaniard, lucky to still be in this race. But here's another look of that one out of turn number 11. Just gets on the power and just misjudges it, and the two make contact. And for van Waalstein, well, he throws his hands up in the air in protest at Meledo there of Spain. But for Senna van Waalstein, that is just drama at its finest there, and he is out of contention of starting anywhere near the front now. He would be, he's down to 8th in the points now, 88 points now behind David Trefilov, who's got 89 points. Eyes on the front then, here as, well, Batuka now under investigation for cutting the track. That must have been through that final chicane at some point then. So not sure how that has happened. Now Batuka is inside the top 10. He's on a 9th-place gain here, is Batuka. So he's having a very good start to his final race of the day as the Italian. But like I say, under the microscope of the officials, and we'll need to be careful here. So, right, action's happened at the front here. We've missed this. Jean Nimblom's in the lead of the race, and I think that's happened quite a while ago, actually. Well, we've been focusing in the background, so that's going to be one we need to keep an eye on. Spagel is in 2nd place. Palomba is closing in, however. The battle for 2nd is on. And Giuseppe Palomba here is looking quick, but the gaps are staying roughly the same. Now with Spagel there in second place, that is not the end of the world for him. He still leads the points with 144 points to his name. Nomblot is still there in second with 135. So he is still in a prime position here. All he needs to do is just make sure that he stays in second place. He doesn't want to start dropping down the order any more than what he already has done. This is David Trefelov and Daniel Vasile line astern here. This is 7th and 8th place on your screen, and Daniel Vasile down the inside at turn 11. Beautiful move. Trefelov not battling that one too hard on the entrance, but he's going to battle it on the exit. Back through he goes. As soon as he lost it, he reclaims it, but now as soon as he claims it, he's going to lose it again because Daniel Vasile's back down the inside. And now Jorge Pescador is going to try and go for the move as well. The Calicar driver tries to get down the inside into that final chicane, just can't get the legs on him. But now we'll try again in towards turn number 1. And now Derek Trevelov loses out on 1 and now 2 places here on this middle part of the race. We're on lap 8 of 11. And Derek Trefelov loses 2 places and potentially could lose out to Christian Batuka here as well. Batuka is right on that rear bumper. And just as he thinks he can't lose anymore, the Italian might make the move stick here. He is already on a big charge through this field with 9 places gained. Could he make it 10? Well, he goes defensive in towards turn 11 here, does David Trefelov. He denies Batuka the inside line, but now he'll keep the door open on the exit. But no, parks it on the apex there and denies Batuka the chance to get down the inside. There you can see the buffeting once again into the braking zone, into that final chicane. So much speed and so much tension goes through these karts as we watch the replay here. This was that lead change that happened earlier on in the race. Jean Lemond down the inside of Mathias Spagel. And that's how it was done between the 2 teammates. It's the first time that Jean Lemond has taken a lead in this one, and this is potentially Batuka. Does he miss the chicane? Is he under investigation for this? No, that is just a nice shot there through the chicane there of just how much they are of going through that chicane. A beautiful little shot there through the chicane, just showcasing you don't really want to hit those curbs. But let's see what happens then as they head down the back straight. And, well, Palomba still trying to close in here. However, that gap isn't looking like it is closing in. Danilo Albanese, though, is under pressure from Lorenzo Travazanuto just behind. That is the battle for P4 on your screens, just in the background of this fight for the lead. But Travazanuto is all over that rear bumper, and in fact, I think he's just gone for the move. He has indeed. Lorenzo Travazanuto down the inside of Danilo Albanese. Remember as well, Albanese is under investigation for a potential false and jump start. So he will need to be careful in this race because he doesn't want to lose out on any more positions here. He wants to make sure he stays right up at that sharp end here to try and close back in. And speaking of closing back in, I think here that Mathias Spagel is closing in on Jean Lemblon, and that is going to be an interesting one. And I can confirm that Danilo Albanese has already received a 5-second in-race time penalty for a jump start. As you're seeing his name going up and down the timing screen now. He has got a 5 seconds added to him, so he's currently circulating on paper in this one in P9 right now. Final lap board is out. It is Nomblom and Spagel 1-2. Nomblom yet to take a race win, but is looking mighty, mighty quick right now as he heads down that infield straight. Spagel is right there, second on track, but leading the points right now with 144. He does not need to put the pressure on his teammate. He does not need to go for the overtake because he knows he'll be starting on pole position for the Superheats tomorrow, even finishing in P2 here. Out of the final chicane, Jean Lemblon takes the first win for him over the weekend, but it is Mathias Spagel who starts on pole position for the Superheats tomorrow, ahead of Giuseppe Palomba. Travazanuto finishes in 4. Valero finishes in P5. Daniel Vasile in 6th place. Pescador finishes in 7th place. Batuka finishes in 8th. Danilo Albanese, with that 5-second in-race time penalty, drops to P9, and David Trefilov rounds out the top 10. For Danilo Albanese, that has not been the start of the weekend. He would have wanted the DNF, a P2, and then a penalty in his third and final race. That'll be disaster for him. For Jean Nimblom, though, it's his first win of the weekend for the Frenchman, and he'll be delighted with that one. Spajal settles for a second place, knowing that tomorrow he will start those superheats still on pole position, and he will have his fellow teammate alongside him once more. Adria Melero will join him on the second row of the grid. Giuseppe Palomba will also be on that second row. Travazanuto and Servan Wallstein will be row 3. Jorge Pescaro and Daniel Vasile will round out row number 4. All of that is provisional, of course, pending any post-race penalties. There is a look at your classification then. The top 10 we have gone over. Matteo Vagano finishing in P11 with a 5-place gain. Paolo Ippolito with 2 places gained, finishes in P12 for Victor Gustafsson. Tom Luye from Lorenzo Camplese. Servan Wallstein recovers back to P16. Edo Stampex, Francesco Salenta, Enzo La Cruz, Mike Kremers, and Matthias Torrenchanos. We'll leave you with the highlights as we'll go down to Parc Ferme to chat to some of our drivers. He is some of the highlights from that race. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Champions of the Future Shifters. KZ2 Qualifying Heat A versus C is the next one heading out onto the circuit. We did try and chat to our winner, Matteo Special, at the end of those ones. Unfortunately, unavailable with the next race heading out so quickly. Casper Schulman starting this one on pole position, 2 wins out of 2. The job is simple. Get Wagon to checkered flag, and relax for until tomorrow. As he starts on pole position with a brand new set of tyres on the left-hand side. Max Schleimer joining him on that. Also on the front row of the grid, Corentin Rousseau and Maddox Scriven have gone the same way on row number 2, with Artur Pulain and Gerasim Skulinov going for fresh set of tyres on the right-hand side. Anatoly Kovalkin and Alvar Simasvara, they've gone opposite ways on tyres, but started on row number 4 alongside each other. Dominic Simic and Yanis Serviko both on the left-hand side on row number 5. Jay Owen and Kian Fardin doing the same story. Alejandro Leov and Manihat Krosner have gone on row 7, only Krosner with the fresh set of tyres on the left-hand side. Tom Durson and Sam Luye with the tyres on the right-hand side. Gavin Luye and Dion van Verven also in a good position on the grid. Mateus Spruz and Kerpelis round out the top 10 rows and the top 20. They'll have Ivan Kondradenko and Nicola Rossini on row 11. Alessio Pacini and Daniel Delakian on row 12. They'll have Samuele Leopardi and Marco Torman on row 13. Eduardo Mormarelli rounds out the field, but again, not out on circuit, which is a shame to see. Will field now have a bit of time to get temperature into those brand new Dunlop tyres they've got on board. The Prime compound being used in the 2025 season for all of these drivers. And as you can imagine, a lot of work needs to go into getting these tyres up to temperature. Just that little bit of work ahead of them here of this last qualifying heat of the day for them. There you can see the clouds just in the background there, looming in. The sun has dipped behind some clouds now, but it is still a very lovely day, still 18 degrees out there. Beautiful day for racing. It's not too hot for the drivers, it's not too cold, there's barely any wind out there, and it's a lovely, lovely dry circuit for them to go racing on. A look at some of these drivers then that we need to keep an eye on. Some of them who are needing to push themselves forward in this one. Samuele Leopardi in the 2:23 is one that we do need to keep an eye on. He did have good results. His best result being a P5 in Cremona in KZ2 category last year, but he's only been racing since 2022. So again, one you need to keep an eye on. The 2:31 as well, Dan Delakin as well, racing this season in Spanish Formula 4. So looking forward to seeing what he can learn in the KZ and the gearbox categories as well. It's only his second season in the world of KZ2 racing, and he is one of the youngest drivers out there at 16 years of age. The Spaniard still one driver who you need to keep an eye on, because he's very quick around this track as well in these KZ karts, as he's got a very fast lap time indeed. There you can see the banking lining up there around the circuit. You can see many people trying to find a prime viewing opportunity, and that is a good viewing opportunity right there. That is on the exit of turn 14. You can see all of that infield section at turn 11, 12 and 13. Lots of overtakes have been happening there at that point. That seems to be one of the hot spots for those overtaking, especially as well down into the final chicane as well out on circuit, which is big lunges into this very final chicane that you can see on your screen. Noelle Franco then once again on the front of the grid, ready to stop the drivers on that grid spot, and you can see everyone pulling into position there. Is Max Schleimer just getting his wagon into place. He has got Kasper Schulmans to accompany alongside. Both of these drivers have taken wins, but it is Kasper Schulmans who has had the 2 wins out of 2. It is down to Max Schleimer to see if he can try and take that away from him. Can he stop a perfect scoring weekend for the driver of the Netherlands, who at this moment is looking like the favourites going into the finals and the superheats tomorrow. But right now we just don't know. There is Alvar Simasvara on that CRG machine further down in the order on the 8th spot of the grid. As you can see, everyone just trying to get those carts in the perfect place on those grid slots, as the lights procedure will now start for the penultimate race of the day. Lights are out, we're racing. KZ2, it's a lightning start for the front row, and the 2 Sony carts are absolutely wheel to wheel, but watch out for the inside line there, because Corentin Rousseau is going to try and go down the inside, but he cannot get it done. He stays in 3rd place as the field now heading towards the tight braking zone of turn number 3. This is where it could all go wrong. Multiple carts clouting over the massive curbs there, but amazingly are still all circulating in this race. Kean Fardin's under pressure though. He's had a cart absolutely banzai it down the inside, and I think it's Dion van Verven who's making those moves up in the early stages after that retirement he had earlier on. He needs to capitalise at the beginning of these races. There you can see the two teammates once more, the CPB Sport team battling away with them, but I believe is that Max Schleimer who is in the lead of this one. It is the 2:58. No, it is still Kasper Schurmans in the lead of this race. He has not lost out on it, but it is Schleimer who is fastest out there in Sector 2. Sector 1, it's Dominik Simek who is purple in Sector 1. So it's showcasing that again the CPB Sport team have got 3 drivers out there who are absolutely rapid right now. Down they go in towards turn 3 once more. Corentin Rousseau is battling away with Maddox Scrivan, but he's under pressure from Anatoly Kavalkin, who is going to try and look down the inside, but not just yet. He cannot go through. One driver, in fact, quite a few drivers have had drama at turn number 3 if they tumbled down the order. I think Dan Delakian is one of them. The factory Pantone Racing Team driver has had drama. They're walking away, though, is Jay Irwin, the driver from New Zealand, is out of his last qualifying heat. And judging by his body language, he is not too best pleased about that. And I think he may have had a moment there with the likes of Alessia Pacini, Capricius as well, because they all tumbled to the back of the order out there, but only the one retirement so far. Back on the start-finish straight they go, and still no change between those top 3, but Schleimer is all over the rear bumper of his teammate Kasper Schurmans as they are going to continue this fight, I can imagine, all the way to the end of this race, but we'll have to wait and see because Corentin Rousseau, he's there with the fastest lap of the race, 55.800. He is on the hunt to those 2 drivers up ahead. Here's a look at them going through the chicane, and oh dear me, there you can see, yep, Irwin just riding the rear bumper there of, I think that was the Pantone kart of Dan Delakian there. And that's put him backwards in the order just that little bit, but for Jay Irwin, he is the only retirement from that opening incident earlier on in this race. Eyes on this, Schurmans, Schleimer, Rousseau, 1, 2, 3, but the 2 drivers in front, but CPB Sport are continuing to break away at the front here. Action still behind. You still have Rousseau there in 3rd place, Kavalkin has got past Maddox Scrivan. That overtake happened not long ago. Kean Fardin's just got past Matis Proust as well. And actually so has Alejandro Leota as well. He's got into 13th place. Proust has gone down to P14, but is still in this race with a 5-place gain. And other overtakes as well. Gavin Luyer's got past Nicola Rossini. That was for 18th place out there as well. So there are some overtakes happening. There's a look at some of the statistics there for your 2 front runners. You can see the tyres that have been deployed as well for them. They've both gone for the same side of tyre, as that's a big lunge down the inside. That is Dan Delakian again on that charge through the field. The Pantone Racing Team driver of Spain, certainly not one to back down from a battle, and looking very strong in this one. Now under investigation for potentially causing a collision is Jay Irwin. We did see that replay earlier on. And now the stewards are also looking into it. There is a look at your tyres as well. We were talking about those earlier on when we were reading the grid out, and you can see there it's not a consistent everyone going for the left-hand side or everyone going for the right-hand side. It is a solid mixture there of drivers choosing left and right-hand side tyres, and that is quite interesting here. You can imagine going in towards turn 1. Yes, it is the left-hand side tyres that are going to suffer the most on maybe the back end of there, so but then of course on the right hand side you may want to grab it on the inside, and then you've got the tight twisty infield section as well. That would benefit you through turn 11, it would benefit you through turn 9 and 10, and I can see why drivers have gone for those right hand tyres, because if you can get the power out of 8 and 9, you can go for the move down the inside of 11, and then you've also got the tyres on that side as well to help you out there. So there is some thought into that, I can imagine. Denison Skulinov here on the attack. This is Maddox Scrivan, who is in the firing line right now on that IPK Praga machine, who is well, right now holding his own here in P5. But Gerasim Skulinov there is going to try and go for the move here. This is what we're talking about tyres. Gerasim Skulinov has gone for those tyres on the right-hand side. It will benefit him here. It won't here, though, because this is where it will benefit Maddox Scrivan. with those tyres on the outside line. So this is benefiting him all the way through 14. It'll benefit him through 15 and 16 as well, and as well into the entry of the chicane and in towards turn 1. Because this is a clockwise circuit, you would think it would benefit a driver with tyres on the left-hand side of his kart. But let's see what happens as the race progresses and goes on to lap number 6. Lap 7 of this 11-lap race, and he pushes his way through. I think other drivers again who are having moments out there. Nicola Rossini going down now back into 22nd place. Miniat Krosner down into 20th place. Marco Torman has gone up now 7 places into P19 and is on the charge here. But we are still watching the Skulinov and Skrivan battle, and that is still heating up here. It's just a case of, you know, when is that gap going to be left open? Because looking at their sector times, near identical between the two of them. So again, they are just in a state of flux at the moment, but we will watch that battle as it progresses. The Schurmans and Schleimer battle, that is still half a second between that as well. They have no change between them, and that is the same for the top 3. Corentin Rousseau still there. Here though, on the move, up the lane, looking down the inside here of Yenis Aviko, and has got that move done. It was a double take on that one. Tried it into the entrance, didn't quite make it, then tried it again on the exit, made it the second time, and that is Lane up to 8th place now, and trying now to close in on Dominic Simic, who sits there in 7th place. Nicola Rossini again dropping down the order, the same as Miniat Krosner. Dan Delakian as well has got himself up back into 20th place on the drive back on this one. He's up 4 places. Alessia Pacini is up now 2 places. Krosner, Kondradenko, Rossini and Yurs all down on places right now, so they're not having the races they would have wanted at that back end of the field. But still, we watch this battle here as, again, another shot through the chicane. Oh, that's a big hit of the curb there for the Pantano Racing Team driver there. Now, either Torman or Dan Delakian there, but you can see they're both pushing through. Delakian, one of the other factory drivers here for the Pantano team, really developing his young career as the 16-year-old, like we mentioned earlier on, racing in the Spanish Formula 4 Championships over the course of this season. And look forward to seeing what he can do later on in the season in both his KZ career and his Formula career as well. Still, we watch this battle for P5 here. Denisim Skulinov has not dropped off the back at all of Marek Skrivan. That battle has stayed line astern, but Dominic Simic is still there as well. And now you can see Artur Lane, who has cleared that traffic behind, is also starting to close in on that energy course machine. So this could still be an almighty scrap here, and in fact it's an almighty scrap just behind as well, because Dion van Verben, Jonas Aviko and Kian Farden still battling for position. But here we go, down the inside. It is Dominic Simic who's got the first move done on Denisim Skulinov, and he moves up into P6 now. That releases the pressure just that little bit, but not fully, because they are still going wheel to wheel. Now Simic's crossed the chicane there. He got caught out earlier on with that, and he's just been given a little love tap in the rear bumper there through turn 11 from Denisim Skulinov, but they hold position, and that's brought Artur Lane right into the fight that he was trying to close in on. And now he is right there with him. Can he get the switch over on the exit of turn number 13? He can't get that nose down the inside, and he stays behind for the time being, does the Frenchman, but he is on the charge still massively through this field. Now that battle has simmered down a bit, we're going into the final stages of this race. In fact, it is the last lap of this race. The final lap board is out. And for Schurmans and Schleimer, that gap is still 1.1 seconds. There's nothing that anyone can do about Casper Schurmans, who has devoured this field. In time qualifying, he beat the rest of his group by 2 full tenths of a second after setting an absolutely perfect lap. It was purple sectors all the way throughout in time qualifying, and now in the qualifying heats, it's 3 wins out of 3 if he can get this kart to the end of this lap. There is Schleimer. He's done everything he can. He will join Schurmans on the front row of the grid for those, well, no, he won't. He will be joining him on pole position for those super heats later on in the weekend. Schurman wins with maximum points, 150 intermediate classification points, puts him on pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow for Max Schleimer. That puts him potentially P2 on the, or P1, sorry, on his second Superheat tomorrow. So both of them starting P1. We wait to see what happens, because when it all falls down to that final, only one of them can start on pole positions. Schurmans and Schleimer, Rousseau from Kavalkin, Skrivan in P5, Simek finishing in P6 ahead of Skulinov, Pulain finishing in P8 ahead of Dion van Verden, Kian Fardin from Yenisaviko. Then it is Tom Dussel in 12th place from Alejandro Leoth. Samuel Luye finishing ahead of Matis Pruj. Alvar Simonsvara in 16th place from Samuel Leopardi. Gavin Luye from Marco Torman. Dan Delakian finishing in 20th place ahead of Alessio Pacini. Menia Kozna from Ivan Kondratenko finishing in 23rd place. Capricious finishing in 24th from Nicola Rossini. The one retirement, Jay Irwin, and the one non-starter, Eduardo Morelli, out of the weekend as far as we can tell. Kasper Schurmans then, perfect weekend so far. Pole in qualifying, 3 out of 3 qualifying heat wins. And here is how it all unfolded. The start initially, great getaway for the 2 front rows, but I was going to think, was Corentin Rousseau going to go for a move down the inside of both of them? It was very close, but he does settle, holds on to 3rd, and would stay 3rd for the majority of it, as Schurmans and Schleimer just drove away at the beginning of that race and had no drama throughout it. Drama did unfold, though, at the start of that race. You can see them all trying to squeeze through turn number 3 on that opening lap. It's so difficult to get it done. Kian Fardin had moves done on him in the early stages. Dion van Verven was one of those drivers going for the full send in the chicane. This is how we lost Jay Irwin, unfortunately, just tangling with the likes of Alessio Pacini and Dan Delakian as well, who would also tumble down the order, but they would continue as Jay Irwin retiring from the race. That was the change for P4. Anatoly Kavalkin getting through past Melik Skrivan. That battle was a close fight throughout it. Then we were seeing the recovery drives from the Pantano Racing Team drivers of Marco Torman and Dan Delakian there, battling away with the likes of Gaman Luye and the Birol of Samuel Leopardi. There was all fighting at the sharp end. That was a change for the Energy Course driver, Artur Lane, getting through past the likes of Samuel Luye as well. He would fight his way up the order and would later close in on this battle here for P5. Beautiful move down the inside here. Dominic Simek trying to get past the inside of the Dawn Motorsport driver of Gerasim Skulinov, would miss out on that chicane. And he did cause drama earlier on when he missed that final chicane with going side by side with one of his teammates. However, Kasper Schurmans continues his trend of finishing on the top spot from pole position in qualifying to 3 qualifying heat wins. He cannot be beaten. He starts on pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow. Still a question mark over potentially Schleimer, but I think his result still confirms he will be on pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow. But the rest of the field still needs to be squared away for those Superheats tomorrow, and that means that there is one more race to go of the day, and that is Qualifying Heat B versus D for KZ2. Max Orlov and Marcus Kayak starting that one on the front row of the grid. There you can see Max Orlov on the front row, pole position for him. Again, a great qualifying, second fastest driver overall, and really crucial to see what is going to happen in this one, because again, lots of tyres being deployed in the field for this one, and we will go over that data later on, but it will be easier to tell you who hasn't gone for fresh tyres, because it's only around 3 or 4 of them who haven't gone for fresh tyres out there. The rest of them all have deployed them, and those drivers mainly seem to be at the back of the grid. The highest driver who's not deployed them is Jensen Graham on the 7th row of the grid. And again, there is a smattering of different choices out there between the right and the left-hand side. So it seems to be a preference for the drivers. There, Ross Upton, pre-grid officer, just waving through the recovery vehicle that will have recovered Jay Owen's machine back. And for the rest of the field, now it's just a case of, well, let's see what we can do here. They know they're not going to be able to catch up to Casper Schulman's. That ship has sailed. So now it's just a case of where will this field line up for the rest of them. All of these drivers will make it into the superheats, but it will get whittled down to just the 36 for the final at the end of tomorrow. And there are drivers who are in the danger zone right now of being at the back of the grid for those superheats tomorrow. And albeit will be in the danger zone for not making it into that final. But we will go over those drivers a little bit later on before this race gets underway. Engines fire up then. Drivers head out onto the track. And again, talking of tyres, a lot of them have changed out there. A lot of fresh tyres on both the left and right-hand side as the field very tentatively and slowly makes its way out onto the track. But let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup then. It is Max Orlov and Marcus Kaik on the front row of the grid, both of them with a fresh set of tyres on the left-hand side. Goldstein has gone for a fresh tyre, only one on the right, or the left rear tyre on his wagon. We joined with Kimi Tani alongside, who has gone for a fresh set on the left-hand side. Matteo Zanchi and Johan Valtonen have gone opposite ways on tyres. Zanchi going for the right-hand side, Valtonen going for the left-hand side on row number 3. Noah Wolf and Jean Louis have done the same thing, and they go from row number 4. Paavo Tonteri and Martti Rittinen have done the opposite as well, but in the opposite direction. It's Paavo Tonteri on the left-hand side, Rittinen on the right-hand side on row number 5. Tigran Benatian and Jaden Thurn, they've both gone for the left-hand side on row number 6. They'll have Jensen Graham, who has not deployed tyres, with Timo Youngling alongside, who has deployed tyres on the left-hand side. Eric Holm and Cedric Malk, they have done the opposite on row number 8. It would be the same for Boris Zukarovsky and Simon Reckenmarker, both of them on the left-hand side of their carts. Hugo Besson and Mario Pinazzo go from row number 10. Pinazzo has not deployed tyres. Row 11, Emmanuel Mai with no tyres, and Georgi Vakovsky, who has deployed tyres on the left-hand side. Ruven Vilk and Jan Rothran round out row number 12, just Rothran with the fresh set of tyres. The final row of the grid, Eric Vess and Kilian Rocha, both with new tyres, but Vess with the left-hand side, Rocha with the right-hand side. So, smattering of tyres out there as they all try to now see, well, where's the highest they can finish in these ones? Because like we were saying, for Casper Schulmans, he's got nothing to worry about now. He just needs to focus and for tomorrow and not worry about today at all. That job is done. The next fight he needs to do is in that Superheat 1 tomorrow. But for every single one of these drivers, it is still yet to determine where they're going to be starting for their superheats tomorrow. They end their out lap. They will go on to their formation lap on this one. This is where they get the proper tyre temperature up and in of what they needed. So it all falls down to this one here. Stark difference of conditions to what we saw yesterday. There you can see the qualifying points. Schulmans and Schleimer at this moment I don't think can be caught. Rousseau there as well, who's also raced that third place with 126. Is going to be a tough one to try and beat. Scriven, Kavalkin and Pauline, they were all out in that last session as well. So we'll just have to wait and see of where these drivers come up the order and see where they will be positioned. Plenty of media here this weekend in prime positions ready to get the photos, the snapshots at the start of these races, because they are very, very dramatic, the start of these races here. The jump starts that could potentially happen. The stalls that could happen, the long run down in towards turn number 1, where drivers on the second lap of the race would be reaching a dizzying 141 kilometers an hour. You may be thinking, that doesn't feel like it's too fast, but trust me, in karting, again, and motorway speeds here, if you're driving on the autopista here in Spain, the maximum speed limit you can do, theoretically, is 120 kilometers an hour. But these drivers reaching that dizzying 141, very, very quick speeds for them over the course of this short circuit. It's only 1.4 kilometers here. It's only 210 meters down that start-finish straight, so it's a very, very high speed for such a relatively short straight there, down in towards turn number 1. That turn has caused victims over the course of this weekend as well. The later on the brakes you go, the more speed you could potentially carry, the higher risk you may have, though, of running wide at turn 1. And there on the exit, when it closes in, turn 2 is right there. The little kink before you head down into the chicane at turn number 3 has caught out so many drivers. There is Robert Reeves, one of the other pre-grid officers here. It's his turn now on the start-finish line to be the brave person stopping the entire field of karts. Again, you wouldn't catch me doing that, but we see him out there, brave as you like, stopping this full grid of 26 drivers ahead of this last qualifying heat of the day before tomorrow's superheats and finals. There is Jörg Valtonen on the 3rd row of the grid, the Finn, who has certainly looked strong this weekend and doesn't sit too far down in that order. Goldstein as well has been a contender, but remember, he has only deployed 1 tyre for this. He is saving his other, I can imagine, for tomorrow's superheat. We'll have to wait and see for that one. Green flag waves at the back of the grid as race director Martin Bean starts the lights procedure. The revs raise as the lights start to come on. 1 red light, 2, 3, 4. Lights out, and we're racing, and it's a possible jump start once again for Max Orlov. His kart fractionally moved, I think, before the lights went out, and that is drama at its finest. And he didn't even get the run in towards turn 1. It's Marcus Kayak who takes the lead of the race. We saw how good he was earlier on as there's drama in the background. Oh, so many karts have been caught out there, and I think it starts with Paavo Tontieri. Marty Rittinen is caught out there. Tigran Banatian has been caught out. Jensen Graham, Timo Jungling, Cedric Mulk is there. You've got Mario Pinazzo is there as well for the Club Calicart team, and also Mach 1 Motorsport driver Reuven Wilk. He is also involved in that one. Now, a lot of them are going to try and get that one restarted. If they do get it restarted, they're all good, but I think there's only now 2 full actual retirements from that race, and it looks like to be the Birolak Racing driver Marty Rittinen out, and Timo Jungling is out for the CPB Speed team. And Marshall's very quickly on the scene working on that. Yellow flags are out at that corner, and you can see how close it is, but the Marshall's done a brilliant job of clearing that one. Eyes on the front, though. Max Orlov is on the attack here on Marcus Kayak. Now, I can imagine he's going to be under investigation. He is under investigation for the starts there. It's a potential jump start. He had it in race 1 where he didn't jump, well, he moved. That's all he did. All he did was move like an inch. He stopped again, and then he started. But that's all it needs to be for a jump start, and I think it's a similar story this time around. We'll have to wait and see if that is the case, though. But he is on that rear bumper of Marcus Kayak, and he's just trying to think now, get in front and try and break away by 5 seconds. But Kayak's also under investigation for the same thing. Now, did both of them move at the start? The lights are there. You can see on the left-hand side. Watch them. The 4 lights are on. Definitely a jump from Orlov there. Definitely a jump there. But I was trying to see there both of them at the same time. I didn't see Kayak go. But Tani's under investigation as well. So potentially your top 3 in this race are all under investigation for potential jump starts. And that is extraordinary. And now that's brought in Goldstein, Valtonen, Zanke. They're all there. Look at this, the closest lead battle we have had, with 3 of these lead drivers currently under investigation. So that is a huge moment there. Is now down the inside. Here comes Max Orlov, gets through into the race lead, and now needs to try and open up any gap he can, because he knows he's under investigation. The replay there was quite clear, but he now needs to just focus here. Try and break a 5-second gap. If he can do that, he's all good, and that will help him out there massively, as Kimi Tani's just sent it down the inside of Marcus Kayak. Kayak's going to fight back, though. He's going to retake second place. More contact between the two of them. And now Goldstein's going to find a way through. Keep an eye, though. Juha Valtonen might also get away, but he's not going to be able to find a gap. He stays behind. Defensive goes Goldstein right round the outside. It's a misjudgment of the brakes. And now Valtonen manages to get through. And it's all going wrong here now for Kimi Tani. He's down to the back of this train now. And Noah Wolf will be the next driver on the pecking list to try and get the move down the inside. Well, here they go, across the line. The gap is 1.1 seconds. Max Orlov is on his way to potentially still claim a win here. He is under investigation for a potential jump start. We did see the replay of that one, and here is them going through the chicane. This is, again, a beautiful shot here of just the start, but this is where it all went wrong. And my goodness me, like you say, it's so narrow there. And if you're in the middle of the pack, it so easily goes wrong. So many drivers got caught out now on Paviton Terry, Cedric Malk, Mario Pinazzo as well. But only 2 retirements. Marty Rittinen and Timo Youngling, they were the 2 drivers who unfortunately were unable to get restarted at the beginning of that race. Orlov breaking away. 1.4 seconds is the gap. We are lap 5 currently, as down the inside, Valtonen gets the move done on Goldstein. Goldstein will try and fight back. Here comes Kimi Tani. Not close enough, and Goldstein once more tries to find his way through. Wolf, though, has closed in on this pack and has looked to the inside already there, but not finding the momentum to do so. Jaden Thurn is right there behind as well. He's also going to pile on the pressure, so for anything that Wolf does, he will do the polar opposite of to try and get the up and under on Wolf, I can imagine. But we'll just have to wait and see here as they head down in towards turn number 11. Wolf once again goes defensive. Now looks down the inside. Big lunge there for the young Briton, but he outbrakes himself. And Kimi Tani sends it straight back through on the exit of turn 14 and retakes that position. But that's the first attempt from Wolf here. The young Briton now, though, under pressure from Jaden Thurn just behind, but he has not been able to get that move done either. Jean-Louis is right there as well. He's also trying to go for the move as, once again, as soon as he pulls out of the slipstream, Wolf follows suit as well. He's got a sixth sense. He knows that move is going to happen. In the background there, that is Reckenmacher getting past Mateo Zanchi. And Zanchi now goes down to P10. This is not what he would have wanted at all. Zanchi, who's starting this one relatively high up in P5, now finds himself down in P10, 5 places down. But Simon Reckenmacher is going to be happy here because he is closing in on these two battling away. And he's up 9 places so far, so anymore, he'll be delighted with that one, I'm absolutely sure. Vakovsky as well is in the same boat, 9 places gained. The same for Guillaume Rocha as well. The Mozambique driver has certainly delivered some great results so far for his first appearance in the KZ2 class here at the Valencia circuit. Very new to the class, but not new to racing, has been racing for many, many years. But here, certainly a first attempt for him, but he's certainly found his pace now, has the driver from Mozambique. So we'll keep a close eye on his progression. Still this fight. Wolf, Jaden Thine and Jean-Louis still in close positions, but they have lost contact with Kimi Tani, who is just a little further up the road. This was the almighty lunge that actually put the likes of Matteo Zanchi right down the order, and that was a huge send down the inside there. I'm not sure if that was meant to happen from Jean-Louis, and he's not under investigation for that at all, and it was just a case of he was very late on the brakes, and maybe an accidental overtake for position that he didn't mean to do. Lap number 9 we are on now. We are in the closing stages of this race. We have not spoken about Max Orlov or Marcus Kayak for a while because they are racing on their own at the front here. First and second on the grid. Orlov is clear by 2.8 seconds but is under investigation. Marcus Kayak is also under investigation for a jump start. Juha Valtonen is the only driver there, the 242, who is in the top 3, who's not under investigation. who is up 3 places. There is again a look at your tyres. And you can see again this time a more solid decision to go for the tyres on the on the right-hand side of the karts. Multitude of drivers only choosing the left-hand side there, so chopping and changing as this has been a bit interesting there over the chicane, and I think Goldstein's going to let that position go through now. He was kind of pointing there to Kimitani to go through, but I don't know if that was the case. If he was pointing him through or wagging his finger at him saying, no, 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 no. That's not a good move. You'll have to try that one again because Kimitani was all over the exit curb there. So Goldstein seemingly not too happy with the battle that he's got raging on behind him. And let's see how that unfolded. So yeah, it was Tani down the inside, completely misjudged the braking zone. Yep, so that is not Goldstein waving him through. That was Goldstein saying, no, 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 no. That was a very silly move, and maybe we work together and we try and close that gap up ahead instead of sending it down the inside there. But let's see what happens because, like you say, they are still 4th and 5th on the track. There is Max Orlov. Well, we said to him, you know, try and break away as much as you can because you know you're under investigation for that jump start. I think that sunk in quite literally to Max Orlov because he is 3.4 seconds clear from Kayak, who is also under investigation for a jump start. Valtonen is 4.1 seconds. If Orlov can find another 9/10 of a second on this last lap, he might find himself taking the win after all. But that is going to be a tough one to call for the points. Max Orlov currently sits 3rd, but like you say, under investigation, that will jump him down the order, and Corentin Rousseau will still be 3rd in the points if that's the case. Here though, Max Orlov into that final chicane. There's a 5-second post-race penalty looming over his shoulders potentially, but he's done what he can. It's P1 on track, but will he keep it? That is the question. He moves up to 3rd in the points. Kayak 2nd, Valtonen 3rd, Goldstein 4th, but 6.2 seconds behind. Oh, well, Juha Valtonen was 4.9 seconds behind Max Orlov. If the penalty goes his way, he would still drop to 3rd, but that's the lowest he would go, and that's still a great, great result for Max Orlov, because I'm sure we'll see it again at the start of that race in those highlights. But there is a look at the full classification at the end of that one. Orlov from Kayak, then it's Valtonen from Goldstein, Dine from Kimitani, Jean-Louis from Simon Reckermark, Noah Wolf and Matteo Zanchi, who rounds out the top 10. Hugo Besson finishing in P11 from Boris Zaraski. Then it's Georgi Fakovsky finishing in 13th place. Both of them with great races there. Same with Besson, 8, 5 and 9 places each for those 3. Tigran Banatian finishing in P14 ahead of Eric Holm. Emmanuel Mai, with 5 places gained, finishing in P16. Guillaume Rocha finishing in 17th place, a 9-place gain there in that race. That's a perfect start for him over the course of this weekend. Jan Rothen with 6 places gained, the same as Eric Vess, 18th and 19th for them. Jensen Graham finishing in 20th place. It's been a tough one for him in his first KZ2 season, but Ruben Vilk finishing in 21st place. Paavo Tonteri and Mario Pinazzo finishing in 22nd and 23rd. And I can see that there have been 3 5-second post-race time penalties being applied. As the highlights go away, you can see the jump starts there by a couple of them. Juha Valtonen now actually takes the win of that race because both Max Orlov did receive a 5-second time penalty. It was also the likes of Marcus Kayak also received a 5-second time penalty, and Kimitani also a post-race 5-second time penalty. There was the drama in the chicane where we lost the likes of Matti Rittinen and Timo Jungling. Later on in the race, we did also lose Cedric Mulk. He would also be a retirement from that race with 8 laps to go. That, I think, is the damage that went towards Cedric Mulk in the Millennium Racing Machine. For those 3 drivers, though, those jump starts, that is a real pain for them. But delightment for Juha Valtonen then, who claims his first win of the weekend with that penalty going to Orlov. The racing, though, continuing and some good little fights throughout that one. This was one of those fights. Max Orlov fighting back for the lead past Marcus Kayak, who did take the lead in towards turn one, but both of them later getting penalties. The same for Kimitani, who was right there in third place, fighting for second, then lost out to the likes of Eli Goldstein, who got up into third and would actually finish that race third place overall as well. Big moves did happen, though, thick and fast. You can just see he was fighting away pretty fearlessly in those early stages there with the Burial Art machine there of Jörn Valtonen, who would later take the win of that race. And there you can see as well, Kimitani fighting away with Noah Wolf. Wolf having a really good run in this one, not gaining or losing any places, but still holding on to a top 7 position. Simon Reckenmacher at the end of that race did manage to get the jump. There was the moment that Tani tried to get the move on Goldstein. You can see there the finger wag from Goldstein saying, no, don't do that again. Let's work together and close into the drivers in front. And that was something that they tried to do, but it didn't really happen, because across the line, Max Orlov would take the win on track. However, that jump start just puts him down to second place. Jörn Valtonen comes away with that last race win of the day, and that does bring us to the end of the day. A relatively short one, but plenty of action has happened, and plenty more will happen tomorrow. Of course, we will have those 3 superheats. The KZs and the KZ2s will have their 2 superheats, as well as we go into those 2 very important finals. There is the timetable for tomorrow, and it all starts at 20 to 10 in the morning for those superheats. And then, of course, it all starts with those finals that'll be kickstarting at 12:30. The 2 finals, 22 laps, the longest races these drivers will do over the course of this weekend. Double the race distance that they have done in these qualifying heats. So that is going to be a tough one for them. But from everyone here for the first round of the Champions of the Future Shifters, we are going to say goodbye for now. But don't worry, we are back tomorrow live for those finals. But from everyone here, it is goodbye for now. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow.